Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're doing well. I didn't do an announcement because, well, I mean, I guess I can do an announcement right now since I'm normally 5 to 10 minutes late, and I am currently only 3 minutes late. Let's go! Ha 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 ha. Everyone going live now. Anyways, I hope you're doing well. I'm actually doing pretty good. I did get through a lot of my pre-recorded work, so I actually did get my Star Wars and sci-fi episode knocked out for this week, which is awesome. I love it when I get my pre-recorded work done. Also, I'm kind of debating. We're obviously waiting on some new Warhammer animation, so I'm debating on whether or not I keep it simple and then just go back and break down my older Warhammer stuff, or like just take one that's 1 or 2 years old and then just break it down again, hopefully with more information. Or if I actually start like a new chronology where I start from zero, where I'm just like, okay, you're coming into Warhammer 40k for the first time. I obviously have a relatively well-established channel. I might take a metric hit temporarily, but we're going to move through the entirety of the Warhammer universe in a chronological basis using animations as a lore backdrop. So that feels like something that I might want to do with like a new channel, but I don't think I should do any more new channels. I already have too many channels. I have to manage the channels I have. So yeah. So we'll see. So basically, Star Wars is good, sci-fi is good. I got new content pumped out for both of those. 40k, I'm debating on a couple of moves. And then what else? Politics is fine, but unfortunately it seems like Hasan is the content of the day just because that's where the zeitgeist is right now. The only other thing that I did think that I saw that was funny was apparently Andrew Wilson went on to Piers Morgan within the past 24 to 48 hours, and some progressive lady stomped on him a little bit and made fun of him for being a chain smoker. So, I mean, that could be funny. But, Conserve says, first like reporting in. Good to see you. Subri Keller says, yo! Fellrunner says, good morning. Fashion 40 says, good morning. Good to see you. Conserve says, 3 minutes late is early. Live chat is better than top chat. I did switch to live chat based off of that recommendation. Sun Patriarch says, Grill Shallah and good morning. True. Sun Patriarch says, like the stream. True. When everything becomes derangement syndrome doesn't mean nothing is derangement syndrome. Maybe. But I think I have derangement syndrome. I truly think I do. Because the truth is that, like, if you look at the progressives, they're relatively, half of them are chill with us on. They're like, yeah, America is an imperial war machine that has just raped and murdered the entire planet. And it's our job as American citizens to destroy the American empire. And it's like, fuck, like, for real? So that's kind of, it's kind of where I'm just like, like this kind of, I'm not gonna lie, left-wing cringe, weirdly enough, like rubs me worse than right-wing cringe. I don't know if it's because I expect right-wing cringe, and so I'm like, oh yeah, the right-wing's just like that. Like, it's just, the right-wing's just dumb as fuck. You know what I'm saying? The right-wing's just dumb. So when I bump into like a bunch of like smarter liberals, and they're not as dumb, and then they, oh, great, here's another one. That's cool. Let's take a look at that in a second. I'm going to kill myself. All right, anyways, sorry. So, hold on. Let me pull up the national anthem because my JD, Vance, Never, Trump, guy, TikTok. I'll be back momentarily. I just need to go get the dogs, so.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
So, yeah. So basically, like, I can't.
I'm Coach Zay defending
Hasan
you.
went to Yale, JD Vance went to an empty auditorium, and Erica Kirk went to sleep because she didn't feel like doing all that. The thunderous applause Hasan received at this university was a complete 180 to the thunderous silence that JD Vance got. Because the only people who care about JD Vance are his mother and possibly his side chick, Erica Kirk. Allegedly. Speaking of allegedly Hasan Piker is apparently a terrorist. A socialist terrorist at that. Because he thinks people should have free health care, free education, livable wages. And scariest of all, he doesn't support genocide. What kind?
See, unfortunately for me, I did not even want to watch this, but I swear to God, that's the fucking electorate, dude. That's the electorate. The electorate doesn't listen to words and then build like thoughts in their brain. You know, they actually just like, they find like half a dozen talking points that line up with their political tribe and they just regurgitate it, regardless of whether or not it's actually fucking true. Aaron Gray says, please stop giving us brat, laugh my ass off. Dude, the JD Vance Never Trump guy was an opening anthem for the past year. So the JD Vance TikTok is not brat. So fuck. Today's going to be, you know, I mean, I know my job is to wake up and absorb endless amounts of psychic damage for your entertainment. But, man, today's going to be a fucking slog. Sorry for all the F-bombs, but it truly is going to be it's going to be a wildly unpleasant day. So, like, this is not going to be fun. This is going to be, we're going to have to absorb so much cringe so quickly. We might need like we might need to do secular church and or Rhino in order to escape the psychic damage that is going to be today. So I don't know if I can do 80 IQ dipshits fucking sucking up to Hasan on TikTok. I might actually kill myself. So this is it.
All right,
so
y'all,
apparently
I have
this
to
is
say,
actually fairly old, but I think in reference to the Yale speech, I wanted to take a look at it. Destiny did just release his version of a breakdown of this yesterday. I don't want to react to a react, basically. And I'm just noticing the background a little bit. I'm just noticing the chibis. I'm just noticing the mangas. I'm just noticing that the only book that is facing forward is the Iliad and the Odyssey, which I very much doubt Kyle Kulinski has actually read. Oh, this is going to be tough. This is going to be a tough watch. Okay, hold on. Let me before we hurt ourselves, let's just check in with chat real quick before we hurt ourselves psychically, because it's going to be a tough day. It's going to be a tough day. I can feel it. I'm saving myself from my radioactive tendencies and staying away from 40K. Well, happens. When everything is derangement syndrome, nothing's derangement syndrome. Yep. I see stronger man getting sucked in deeper than I can afford to. Yes, that does happen. Why would it need to be a new channel? Couldn't a series with a visually distinct thumbnail exist on the same 40K channel? No, because you want the same click-through. You want the same levels of views that you normally get. Typically, if I post any breakdown of any animation with a substantive amount of violence on it, I'll get a minimum of 10,000 views. Whereas if I do experiment with the formula, which is not, you know, blood and guts and fucking, you know, people getting slashed to bits and explosions, and I mean the violent 40K mind is also a simple creature. I like to pretend that 40K is a higher level of science fiction entertainment. But the truth is that they have the same, like, rattle the keys in front of the face problems that every fandom has. So I have, unfortunately, spent 5 years rattling the keys in front of the faces of 40K fandom. So if I actually try to jump in deeper and be like, hey guys, today we're going to be doing a more academic breakdown of the 40K universe, starting with animations that don't have graphic amounts of shitloads of violence of people ripping each other apart, then I'm going to lose all the people that need keys jangled in front of their face. And unfortunately, they're 80% of the audience. So what are you going to do? And that's like, by the way, that's not specifically against my 40K audience. I truly think that's all audiences. You either build like a smaller, more academic, more thoughtful audience and you build it up over time to the point that it becomes big, or you just dangle keys in front of children's faces and then you become a millionaire overnight, you know? Like truly 40K, I hate to say it, like my 40K content is dangling keys in front of kids' faces with the violent scenes, and then I put academics around the jangling keys. But I have to presume that most people are there for the jangling keys, not for the academic shit. So let me take a sip of caffeine, please. Well, QC John, our chaplain. Good morning, Grill Hottest. May your grill stay hot, may your beer stay cold, and may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Amen. Also, Daddy, give me the strength to goon, the patience to edge, and the wisdom to know the difference of when I should do those things. I also wanted to share, Grassroots Hegemon will not be showing up today. He DM'd me. He's got a huge project today. So some of my chippers and oilers are going to have to carry the weight. If you're tapped out, shit, I'm tapped out right now. I'm waiting on a paycheck on Monday. So if you're tapped out, don't worry about it. But like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, my parasocial, love you. Thank you for being here. How do you not expect left-wing cringe? They swim in it. Maybe because I expect half of liberals to be based. I expect half of liberals to be like, hey, Connor, I just like freedom and dignity and constitutional rights for everyone. And I believe in civic nationalism. I actually don't hate guns, and I do understand geopolitics. So I think that the military, while I don't like how military adventurist America currently is, I do understand that we need a strong presence on the world stage. I expect that to be half of liberals. And to be honest, I expect that out of neoconservatives, right? So that feels like the coalition that I truly am politically aligned with. Whereas half of liberals, no offense, are pussies and they want to be friends with everybody. And so if a progressive says some wild shit, they won't call them out because they want to be friends with everybody. And then same thing if like a leftist shows up and he's like, I'm a part of the Democratic Party, but I think all landlords should be crucified. Then the liberal will be like, oh, ha, 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 ha. Oh, you're so cute, leftist. You're so funny. And like that kind of like ideological cowardice in the name of electoralism does frustrate me. It's not that I don't understand it. I clearly understand it. Hasan Piker, right now, my mentality is that Hasan Piker is very much likely a net negative on the electoral block. But can he fundraise a shitload more than me? Absolutely. Can he do canvassing events a shitload more than me? Absolutely. Can he drive a bunch of young progressives and leftists who normally don't vote to vote for the lesser of two evils? And could he get more people like that than me? Absolutely. And so it kind of feels like a tough ask to be like, hey liberals who I think are too weak to stand up to leftists and progressives, you should listen to me, the guy who will bring 3 people to a canvassing event. You know, like it's kind of hard to stand on a soapbox and be like, listen to me, guys. I understand the world. That's why I have 3 people at my canvassing event. You know, it's like, fuck. It's 3 more than you had, but it's not as much as Hasan would be able to mobilize, obviously. So basically what I'm saying is out of all the liberals, half the liberals are based, but it's because they betray, in my opinion, the rest of the Democratic caucus, which is pretty funny. Right-wing idiots are a dime a dozen. True. Left-wing idiots are molded by progressive academia or just too lazy to know stuff. That's, yes, Aaron. Yes, Aaron. Correct. Please stop giving us brat. No. Once again, JD Vance, never Trump guy, is not brat. He's wrong, though. Hasan does support genocide. It just depends on who's being genocided. I mean, at least ethnically cleansing. He would love for the state of Israel to dissolve and for the Jews to return to their countries of origin. Aaron says, OML, I love how they hide the fact that he straight up endorses and platformed Houthi pirates, not to mention all the music videos. Yeah, straight up. Connor missed the prayer in my great news, lol. I missed the great news. I didn't miss the prayer. Oh, here we go. I am also pleased to report my first 5 welding students passed their welder qualification cert test. 15 left over the next 4 weeks. Grill Shallah. Let's go, King. Let's go. Sorry that I missed it, but sorry that I missed it. No Inception reaction? No. No, that's goofy. That's goofy. I understand it's fun for the DGGers, but if you truly want to watch a Destiny reaction, just go watch a Destiny reaction. So, I did say the prayer well, QC John, and I did just read your good news, so I hope you're listening. Which Iliad translation, though? Probably the cartoon version. Probably the manga. Aaron Gray says, but brother, the lion has returned. I want to learn more about his reascension. I mean, yeah, me too. Top of the morning, ya daddies. Or is it that ya claddies? I don't know what you're saying. Sounds Irish. I like my keys jangled. Yeah, me too. I'm going to jangle on them keys. I really dig the idea, and it seems like if the good everyone content to have an intro to Warhammer 40k 101 thing going on, well, conserve. So that's actually kind of where I was going to go with it, because effectively, if you look at it, just real brief 60-second Warhammer rant, I promise. It won't be a 20-minute autistic rant, I swear. So Necrons, Eldar, and Orcs are born at the same time, approximately. Technically, the Necrons are a little bit older in galactic history. The Necrons are the first race, and then they fight the war in heaven against the Catan, and then against the old ones, and then the old ones create the Eldar and the Krork in order to fight the Necrons, okay? So I would do that chronologically. I would introduce using cinematics, the Necrons, the Eldar, and the Krork. But then what happens is like 60 million years of galactic history with the birth of Slaanesh, which would be covered by the introduction of the Eldar. And then after that, it starts going into humanity. So then you could start with the Horus Heresy stuff. And weirdly enough, there's a Russian animator called JJ Case who has a ton of like Horus Heresy animations. They're just not narrativized. And so what I would do is I would just move chronologically through every Horus Heresy cinematic that exists, even if it wasn't narrativized, and then I would narrativize it during the pauses. I keep seeing heart emojis, but I'm worried that that's just one person spamming heart emojis. That's not the chat being like, yeah, Connor, this is an amazing idea. It's literally one guy just clicking the heart emoji button over and over and over again. Yeah. It's one guy. Oh, man. Fashion 40 with the 5 says, on the subway, 2 minutes behind. Please no anime, manga, philo slander here. My chip payment. Well, thank you. And Deus Halcyon with the 5 gifted. I appreciate you. Half of liberals are base. We just need help to further marginalize the cringe. I know, but unfortunately, you have to bring the cringe into a coalition in order to win elections. So it's kind of bad. Nameless says, you just described anyone who never self-identifies as a conservative. Yeah, probably. Dank Brandon says, some come here to shit and stink and pick crabs off their nethers. I come here to sit and think and write on the walls. Stoners live and stoners die, but in the end, we all get high. So if in my life you something. Okay. I mean, I like stoner poetry. That's cool. That sounded like a stoner poem I would read on like a bathroom wall. Both of those things are true, and at the same time, half are based, half are pusillanimous. True. Yeah, I know. Don't succeed, fuck it all, and smoke some weed. Oh, there we go. There we finished. So if in life you don't succeed, fuck it all and smoke some weed. That actually does sound like a poem I would truly read on a bathroom stall. Aaron Gray says half of quote-unquote conservatives can't even be pussies. They probably refuse to eat it, lol. Unironically. Yeah. There's so many bad things with the right. Nameless Henchman says conservative ideology is why Trump and the Republican Party is where it is today, and you will not address that claim. I'll address that claim. Okay, so Nameless Henchman, you fucking F-slur. Dude, every single time you just come in and say fucking something negative, and then you just don't say anything else. It's so annoying. But anyways, you won't address it. Shut the fuck up. Oh, retard. Sorry, ableist slur. My bad. There's a mythos of the Republican Party that I was raised with. And the mythos had principles. And you could demonstrate historically how those principles actually correlated with policies that were passed. So, for instance, Teddy Roosevelt trust busting, Teddy Roosevelt building the Panama Canal, Teddy Roosevelt, actually, you could go further back. You could go to Lincoln. You could go to the birth of the Republican Party. Lincoln having the balls to not only win and say that he was going to preserve the Union against the wishes of slaves, but then fighting a civil war in America that cost the lives of 500,000 people, but resulted in the emancipation of, black folk. That's actually a clear moral vision that you would have to have some level of ideological and guiding principle in order to execute. And he died for that belief. He was shot in the back of the head for preserving the Union was probably his primary objective, but then his secondary objective was emancipating slaves. So, that is a Republican who lived and died for his principles. Then, Teddy Roosevelt, progressive Republican, still a Republican, trust busted, got shot while giving a speech. He was a massive conservationist. He's the reason why we have a federal park system. He cared about national heritage. He cared about civic nationalism. He cared about flexing American military might in the Western Hemisphere in order for America to kind of cow the European powers out of America. Teddy Roosevelt is actually one of my heroes. He's truly what every Republican should aspire to be, right? Like a Roosevelt Republican. I wish we could bring that back as a meme, but frankly, I think we already have too many logos and not enough execution. So a Roosevelt Republican would be the shit. Then, Eisenhower was a general during World War II. He obviously had to execute pretty hardcore shit. He took over FDR. He was responsible for managing the post-war time period. He had the clarity of vision in order to go into the Korean Peninsula without authorization from Congress, to be clear. But if you look at the results of the Korean conflict, I don't think you can argue that South Korea is substantially better off than if it was a puppet state under the North Korean regime and or China. I could keep going, but even Nixon, did the EPA. There are Republicans who had values, who executed those values in policy. But what happened was, in my opinion, I'll try to wrap this thought up, in the 2010s and in the 2020s, the Republicans were so wildly unpopular for being the people who started American military adventurism in the War on Terror that they effectively hollowed out their own base. And then Trump was able to come in and say, hey, Republicanism isn't about all that mythos and ideology and principles that you were raised with. It's about whatever the fuck I want. And then it turns out whatever the fuck I want is whatever is popular with people who have 80 IQ. And then the Republican Party sold their souls in order to appease, effectively, no offense to NASCAR fans, but NASCAR fans. That was the demo. The demo was NASCAR fans. It was loud car, go in circle, very fast, sometimes car explode. That was the base that Trump cultivated. And you know what? Sometimes loud car, go very fast in circle and then explode. Sometimes that is cool. Let's be real. That's cool some of the time, but it's not a very good technocratic position to take when running a country. So effectively, Trump won power by appealing to people who are spiritually orcish. I hate to say that. Obviously, that can feel quite racist. The good news is it applies mostly to white people in this example. But it's loud car, big boom, car go fast, paint body red, run faster. It's the MAGA movement is a very orc-based movement. And as a human / Eldar supremacist, I'm repulsed by the fact that we have an orc-based movement in the United States, but maybe we should be more orky? Is that how we win? Do we become more orky in our propaganda? Vote Connor. More car. More fast. More boom. More DACA. I could see that working. Oh. He's a figurehead of cringe. There's critical mass around him because he serves a niche. Just because they cluster around him and one arsler doesn't mean they represent more of the left. All right, fair enough. Not a tradcon. Aaron Gray says Trump and the current Republican Party isn't conservative. They're woke right arslers. Nice. Grassroots for 10 says, liberal leaning people have 2 jobs to do at once. Coalition build with 1 and be a 5th column. Unironically. Hi, Grassroots. I'm sorry that you are F today, and I'm sorry that you will be having a surprising lack of sex while getting F'd. Hasan is an unapologetic genocide and genocidal rape enthusiast. Well, we can break that down. Deus Halcyon says Hasan could do all that, but the question is, will he? The cocksucker only helps when he is 100% kowtowed to. I don't know, man. I think he's got a taste for it. I think he's got a taste for mainstream politics. I think he likes the attention that he gets from the New York Times. I think he likes the attention that he's getting from the Democratic Party. I think he likes that he's dividing the left. I think that he likes that younger people are applauding for him. I think that he might actually, the way that we were all applauding Destiny for participating in fundraising and canvassing events during 24, Hasan unironically might start doing that because it's going to give him more clout. So he's talking about 40K. Is there a mod on? We need them to post the link to the 40K channel. It's okay. Just counterpoints 40K. Type it into your search bar. Don't be lazy. Is your beard itchy? No, I didn't shave. I buzzed. So if you shave, then it goes all the way down to the pore, and then you have like ingrown hairs and all that mess. But I've been growing this beard arguably for years. So I didn't cut down to the pore. I trimmed down to like 0.5 millimeter, I think, was my... It was like 0.5 or like 2 millimeter or something like that. So I didn't go all the way down to the pore. So no, this is all like really well-established hair. I think the only thing that I should do when in order to make the smoochy kissing experience more good, is I should probably put coconut oil on my face and hair in order to soften my beard. YouTube live emoji are the new age version of footsie under the table. Well, thank you for your foot job. There once was a man from Nantucket. True. Grassroots for 5. He wrote that poem in a gas station in Jersey. I know this man. Yes. Pisco is live in his Unabomber look. I sense a counter piss coming. Maybe, maybe not. We did talk earlier in the week, so honestly, like, I don't want to yell at him about Hasan because I was just so conciliatory like 48 hours ago where I was like, listen, this is the Hasan calculation, and if you believe that he's a positive person, then you should work with him, and if you don't, then I understand, and I don't, but I don't have any data backing up my perspectives. That's like a total conciliatory, like, flag waving from the anti-Hasan fucking coalition, whereas that speech at Yale made me so fucking uncomfortable. I don't think that I can communicate to you guys how uncomfortable I am with the Hasan speech, the applause he received, the mainstream positive news attention that he's getting, and how, like, normal it is for the Democratic Party to be working with Hasan. It really does rub me the wrong way. I would say I have about, if the Democratic Party was working with Jared from Subway, I would have about the same emotional reaction. Like if Jared from Subway, the guy who paid on Craigslist to fucking have sex with 15-year-old teenagers and is currently in prison, if the Democratic Party was like, yeah, Jared from Subway is really popular with about 10% of our base, so we're going to start inviting Jared from Subway into mainstream political coalition building events. You know, he was pardoned by President Biden, so we're going to have Jared from Subway, you know, start fundraising for the Democratic Party. I would be about the same level of emotional reaction right now. Rifleman for 10 says, I can't believe you're criticizing Hasan when bad thing is happening. Come on, something about bad thing happening. True. That will be the argument. Oh, that's actually part of Kyle Kulinski's argument. That's going to be funny when we get into that. Excuse me. How can you say this during the genocide? True. I attach myself to cause and policy, not parties. If the parties switch positions tomorrow, I would be pulled towards an allegiance for historical reasons. That's how I feel. Nameless says, those same people who taught you and held those beliefs are the same ideological conservatives who voted for Trump 3 times. Not all of them. My parents were people who raised me with those things, and they voted for him in 16. They did not vote for him in 20, and they did not vote for him in 24. They unironically touched the stove and learned their lesson and didn't burn their hands again. So, I mean, I know that's a statistic abnormality, but I love my statistical abnormalities. I'm a statistical abnormality. Shit, you're a statistical abnormality. I would have said trailer trash who vote as if they might become billionaires tomorrow, since we like to use slurs around here. That's actually not a bad analysis. Jen Winkler says that will absolutely be the next campaign slogan. More DACA. Oh my God. Connor admits he's Eldar supremacist. This explains the lightsaber technique videos. Yeah, kind of. I'm a Necron enjoyer, fair enough. I mean, I do love Necrons as well. Undead Terminator robot supremacists. Connor one step closer to Fed posting. No. I think Yale actually, I think they solved the Fed posting dilemma. I think they solved it by hissing, right? I think hissing is an interesting way to convey negative emotion without saying that, like, I want somebody to kill you, right? You can just go, my mic is gating me, but I wish it wouldn't gate me with that. It gates me every time I hiss, but yeah, I think hissing is an okay solution to, instead of saying Fed post, TOS, because the problem with Fed post, TOS, I think I could get away with it. I think there would be like a 50-50 that I could get away with just saying Fed post TOS. But my problem with Fed post or saying Fed post and TOS is people could say that you're just stochastic. Like pausing every 5 minutes in order to say, no, actually, I don't want you to physically attack anybody, and I don't want you to kill anyone, and I don't want you to become a domestic terrorist. Like, pausing every 5 minutes is not sufficient, because in saying that, because if you did get clipped, they would just show Hasan saying something crazy, your body language changing, and then you saying Fed post, TOS, and then they would say, oh, he's stochastically calling for violence. And I think there's an argument to be made that, you know, despite the addendums saying like, no, truly, you know, let's work this out in the marketplace of ideas, I think they could argue that and eventually get you banned. So, good on your parents for not touching the stove again. I know. I love my parents. I would be okay with Hasan being put in alligator Alcatraz and covered in chum. Well, that's not very nice. The hissing worked in Game of Thrones. True. Horse God for 5 says $5, $5 foot long. $5, $5 foot long. The mic gating you, got to go back to Fed posting, I guess. We'll see. All right, well, if you guys are chill, I want to thank the people who donated. Weirdly enough, some of it was grassroots. Let me go ahead. I thought grassroots was going to be too busy to drop by. That's what I said. Now grassroots is making me look like a fool because he dropped by and he gave us a couple of super chats. So let me go ahead and do this. Let me pull up my Valor Media Network account with my chat so I can set goals. And so I can take a look at who donated to us. Oh, so let blah 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 blah. Can I just say, can I toot my own horn real quick? Listen, I get that, like, we have a certain amount of liberal traders who will go watch Hutch or Pisco whenever they're live instead of us because they feel like they're more politically aligned with those people. But can I just say, I legitimately feel like, maybe this is incorrect. I feel like I'm an okay streamer, you know? Like, I go watch other people's streams sometimes. Like if there's people like Ico Rules or Queeman or Chud Logic or whatever. And Chud Logic's actually a pretty good streamer. I don't think he has a lot of dead air. I think he does, like, do a good balance of commentary and the content. I know I'm very commentary heavy. I know I'm a yapaholic. That's probably a problem in reference to my content creation. However, I do think that there are truly some... Oh, fuck you, Nork. Oh, Pisco is on. Bye-bye. But I do feel like there's some people who are just, like, there... and they're like passively consuming the content, and then they just like pause every 2 minutes and they go, yeah, that's right. And like, that's some streamers. And it's like, how does anybody watch this shit? You're just watching the original content with an R slur pausing every 2 minutes to agree with the content. It's like, that doesn't seem like a good way. Mega Zero says the issue with Chud is he gets one guy too much. I mean, if I criticize Chud for getting one guide, that would truly be like the kettle calling the pot black. That is like, no offense, but I don't think I could ever call him out on that. That is, are you shitting me? Like Nameless Henchman jumps in, says, hey, you're a pussy. And then I spend like 5 minutes. I spend 5 minutes talking to Nameless Henchman because he called me a pussy for 2 seconds, you know? Yeah. Conserve says, I'm not here to talk shit, but you do the thing good. More DACA, more Connor. I tried watching Hutch and he was paying more attention to the game he was playing than the content. Yeah. Yeah. I think there's something to be said for metrically. I do think those people tend to do well. The people who just like passively watch better content and then they just like, yeah, exactly. Like Republican in Exile. Yo, chat, that's crazy. Yeah, exactly. So for me, that's not streaming. Well, I guess that is streaming. I guess streaming is just aping other people's content, pausing every 2 minutes and going, yo, that's crazy. That probably is streaming. That's not how I want to stream, though. If you watch someone who is more interested in the game they're playing than the content, you don't care about their takes or greater context, or just aggregating current events for you. Yeah. I don't want to be just a current event aggregator. I think that's lame. Mega Zero says, the reason I take issue with Chud is because it's not like a simple stop. It's a 15-minute rant that equates to nothing and isn't going to be used for content. I gotcha. I understand. I do leave in some of my one guys. Like if my one guys is even passingly related to the content, and if it's funny, I'll leave in one guys in the content. If it's truly unrelated, to the content, then I won't leave it in. But if it's even passingly related to the content and it's funny, I leave it in. So, have you searched your inbox for offers from Lauren Chen, easiest pathway to success? No, but can I say I talked to Lauren Southern last night, so maybe she'll get me in contact with the Tenant Media people, and then I can just take hundreds of thousands of dollars from Russia. Wouldn't that be nice? Rifleman says, we are in the Destiny waiting room. It happens. I understand. Kingslayer Damocles says, I do have some actual views that may seem kind of Fed posty without proper context. Well, yeah, me too. If things got bad enough, I would get pretty Fed posty pretty quick. Like, the marketplace of ideas is a tactic of first resort. Executing Fed posty ideas is a tactic of last resort. So, yeah. Nameless Henchman says, do you ever watch live content like the Senate hearing with OMB and the one with Kennedy right now? Nope. No offense, but like, so the drama guys, they call it coal mining. It's where they're looking for diamonds in the coal. And so they're just sifting through endless amounts of coal looking for anything that's like actually funny or fun or cool or interesting. And I find that oftentimes stream sniping, if it's a debate between characters that you know it's going to be spicy, that's fine. That for me, that's a easy way to stream snipe and know that you're going to get something. But just popping on like a, what was I going to say? Like, what's the C-SPAN? Popping on like a C-SPAN segment of like a current event and then just waiting for something fun or interesting to happen is truly a, what's happening? People are asking if I'm pregnant. I'm not pregnant. Not yet. So anyways, yeah, just watching like a C-SPAN segment, waiting for something to happen. Fuck that. That sounds like an excellent way to waste like 2 hours passively listening to. Have you ever seen you mentioned Kennedy. What's his name? It's not John, right? It's not, it's like when it's Robert, is it Robert? When Robert Kennedy is your, what do they call it? High guide. There's one where like RFK Jr. is your trip. When RFK Jr. is your trip guide. Oh, trip sitter. Okay. This is actually really funny. So a trip sitter, for those of you who don't know, is somebody who, so let's say that you're going to do a hardcore drug. Okay. Let's say that you're going to do like acid and you know that you're going to be high for like 13 hours and you know that you could have anxiety, you could have a panic attack, you could have a negative thought, a bad trip. And so what a trip sitter is supposed to do is they're supposed to sit with you and they're supposed to like give you Gatorade and give you water and hang out with you and scratch your back and kind of like tell you like, hey man, it's okay. Everything's going to be fine. And so having like a good trip sitter, not that I've done it, I haven't. I dropped acid and then went to school like a man. You know, I dropped acid and then I did a double shift at a pizzeria like a fucking man. Okay. But if you do hardcore drugs all the time, Looney Tune, Pisco is live. See you. Fuck you, Looney Tune. But the point is, a trip sitter, if you do hardcore drugs all the time, a trip sitter can mean the difference between a good trip and a bad trip. So somebody made a RFK Jr. is your trip sitter fucking video, and it's hysterical. So we're going to take a look at that real quick. Why is the volume not working? Here we go.
Christ, if you pass out now, they're going to use your heart, and they're going to give it to Dick Cheney. His heart pumping now is already from a little Guatemalan boy. Oh my God, you took too much. Did you eat the shrimp? Did you eat the radioactive shrimp? Oh my God. How much did you take? How much did you take? I'm gonna give it to Dick Cheney. Like, how much did you take? How much did you take? Oh my God. I'm just kidding. There's no monsters. There's no monsters. It's just the drugs kicking in. It's just the... Did you hear that? I think it's the police. I got the police. Just kidding, the police aren't here. But wouldn't that be funny if we were both tripping and the police showed up?
Somebody walks up to you. You're tripping balls on acid. They sound exactly like RFK Jr. And they're like, how much did you take? That's too much. The police are here. Oh my God. Do you know what? Do you know what's crazy? Is like, there's like fucked up friends, you know, there are dickhead friends because sometimes, no, you know, I don't know about weed these days. I hear weed is pretty fucking hardcore these days. Not going to lie. Like dispensary weed is supposed to be pretty fucking hardcore. But back in the day, you didn't know what you were going to get, right? Like, so the dealer would sell you. Okay, so hold on. Let me tell you how you used to buy weed 20 years ago, okay? So the way that you would buy weed 20 years ago is you would ask your stoner friends, and you'd be like, hey, do you have anything that I can buy off of you? And they would say, no, I only have enough for myself for the next week. So, you know, I'm sorry, but I can't give you any weed. And then you go, okay, well, who's your guy? Because I would like to get an eighth or whatever. And so they would say, oh, yeah, my guy is Victor Ortiz. He lives here. Let me give you his number. Then you text Victor and you're like, hey, man, John told me that you have some stuff. I would like to come buy, you know, some stuff from you. And he's like, okay, let me. He would basically check with your reference in order to see if you're cool, to make sure that you're not a cop, you're not a narc, you're not an idiot. So you won't like get high and then snitch them out instantaneously. Some pot dealers truly did not give a fuck, right? So some pot dealers were just like, yeah, drop on by. So you go over to the pot dealer's house. It's a little sketch. They're probably living with their mom. The entire house lives, you know, smells like weed. They're watching fucking music videos. They ask you to fucking sit down and hit a bowl in front of them. So you hit a bowl in front of them. You get ripped out of your fucking skull. You watch a few music videos with them. Then you negotiate a drug deal while you're high. So then you buy like an eighth for $40 instead of 30. And the guy's like, don't worry, man. It's good. Look at the hairs. Look at the hairs, man. There's so many red hairs in this one. This one's Crip. And look at this one. This is Kush. It's got the purple hairs, man. And so basically they would show off the weed. And then sometimes it would be like stepped on twig dog shit that would be like mid as fuck and basically give you a headache. And then sometimes it would be like Northern Lights, Hawaiian grown, hydroponic, fucking 2,000 milligrams of THC to the fucking dome shit. And you would hear lasers. Yeah, you would hear fucking lasers when you moved your eyeballs, you know? And so basically, like sometimes when you got fucking mids, yeah, when you got swag, when you got fucking dirt, you were like thankful because you're like, at least I'm not stoned out of my fucking mind. And then sometimes you would want the bang for your buck. So you would hit like some fucking, you would hit some perp, you know, and you'd lose your fucking mind, you know? So basically what would happen though is you get ripped. And then some of your friends are cool, right? And they'd be like, hey, man, let's go to Steak and Shake. Let's get like a shake and let's be cool. Let's have a good time. Let's listen to music. Let's do this. And then some friends, either because they're so anxious, like naturally, or because they want to fuck with you, they actually they act just like RFK Jr. Like either they're fucking with you or they have an anxiety disorder. Okay? And they're like, the cops are here. Everybody knows we're high. Just, and I'm not going to lie. There was this time that we got high with this kid named Brian. And he was cool enough. He wasn't like the worst kid in the world. But he was kind of a douchebag sometimes. And so he was being a douchebag that day. And so like all 5 of us are stoned. We're walking around in the mall. And he's having like a panic attack. And so me and my friends just keep like whispering in his ear. We're like, they know. Everybody knows. Everybody knows that you're high. So you just like accelerate the panic attack. Oh my God. And then your parents tell you that if you smoke weed, you're supporting terrorism. And it's like, No, I just got stoned and I fucked with my friends and I had really good food. I don't think I'm supporting terrorism. And they're like, no. If you smoke weed, Al-Qaeda is going to kill a puppy. Frustrating. The thousands were a wild time. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, everybody's like trip sitter. Yeah, I see who's in my audience. Bunch of burnt out gooning stoners. Looking in the mirror when you're on shrooms is a surreal experience. I believe it. Nightmare. True. All right, I'm going to scroll through a little bit, and then I'm going to probably start the content. Honestly, it sucks. I'm fucked, but I watched horror movies on acid, and I think it messed me up permanently. Dude, you need to do acid, and then you need to watch, like, a My Little Pony TV show to counteract the fucking horror movie acid trip. I watched a Little Dark Age music video while on acid. It was great. Yeah, I guess you made a few of them. I made my friends watch Little Dark Age music video. I'm going to show y'all something in a second that's kind of interesting. You befriend the dealer because they're always weird. True. Back in the days, I know. Well, we didn't have beepers. We did have cells at that point, but it was still like T9 razors, text messages. Sometimes you get colorful stuff properly dried with crystals and hairs. Oh, dude, and they had the grinders. Like your stoner friend would have like a metal grinder. So he would take like fucking, Northern Lights or fucking Perp or whatever, and then he would grind it, and then there would be like the crystals at the bottom. And so effectively what happened, I swear to God, sorry, I'm just telling stoner stories right now. So what would happen is when somebody grinds, at least this is what I remember. Bear in mind, this was 20 years ago. So when somebody grinds marijuana in a metal grinder, effectively you still have the flower, and the flower is what you're going to smoke because that's the most like pleasant smoking experience out of a pipe or out of a bong, right? But then at the bottom, crystals. So I don't know if it's like THC or whatever, but there's literally like crystal shards at the bottom of the grinder. And so sometimes your stoner friend would be like, hey, let's sprinkle the crystals on top of the flower and take a big rip. And I swear to God, if you ripped the crystals, it felt like you were smoking shards of glass. It would actually feel like somebody was like slicing your lungs with tiny razor blades. But it would fuck you up, dude. You would be in the fucking stratosphere. Ripped out of your fucking mind. It was actually like, it was kind of wild how different pure flower was versus like the Keef. The fucking Keef, dude. Keef would fucking... That would throw you into the fucking stratosphere. C-SPAN is okay. There's also having rooters. We should probably start content instead of just telling 20-year-old weed stories. But, I earned my 20-year-old weed stories. Can you believe that I was a Marine and a cop? I can. Don't know if you can. I hate weed and weed high and was trying to sleep with this girl, and she asked me if I wanted to do dabs, and I said yes stupidly. I had to walk myself home to crawl into my closet. Based. It sounds like you've had a rough life, Nameless Henchman. It sounds like you've had a tough life in general. I love fucking with my friends and doing Donald Trump impressions when we're zooted. Oh my God. That's so funny. If you're, like 3 of you are like, I was that guy. I was telling all my friends that the cops knew. If your guy wasn't a user who would tell you when they had crazy stuff you had to try, then you were a chump. They overcharged. True. My brother once got me when we were smoking at a fire pit. He hit me with the wolves and I fucking died. Yeah. Because your entire suspension of like disbelief is like super hardcore, where like things that should sound absurd don't sound as absurd when somebody communicates them to you sincerely. And so when you're stoned, you will absolutely consider absolutely insane shit. And you'll be like, what? For real? What? The cops know? Everybody knows? The wolves? Where are the wolves? What happened with the wolves? Tell me about the wolf attacks. Oh my God. Put ice water in the bong. It's so much smoother. Okay, fair enough. Connor had baby lungs. I guess so. Probably. Yeah, never smoking then hitting a dab is rough. Yeah, I bet. Dab culture is worse than weed culture, probably. Lebanese bubble hash. Yeah. All right, well, let me show you a acid trip movie with basically what happens. It's a really interesting movie. Southern Tales. What's that guy's name? Who's the guy who's banging Jessica Alba? Who was a part of NSYNC? Justin Timberlake, The Killers. So what I would say is interesting about this is an apocalyptic stoner movie from the thousands. And what happened in this alternate timeline, which is actually really interesting. If you haven't seen it, it's a weird, and kind of cool movie. So the war on terror goes on forever, and America becomes a police state. And Justin Timberlake is one of like 20 different characters. And he got fucked up by an IED in Iraq. And he's just like a National Guardsman in California. And what happens is there's like a rip in space-time in the Nevada desert where they were doing some kind of experiment, but then they actually break through effectively into the warp. But they use the breakthrough in reality and time-space. It doesn't swallow the entire planet. They start capturing the energy from the thing and they start using it to power society. But what's happening is the break in space-time is slowly degrading. And like the voice of God can be heard by people towards the end of the movie. And there's like a series of like weird events that are happening that are setting up the apocalypse. And so effectively, like people are, not only can you use the break in space-time and the material that comes through for energy, but you can also use it to get stoned. And so Justin Timberlake basically uses what like the energy of heaven to get stoned. And then while he's ripped out of his fucking mind, he dances in a bowling alley to All These Things I've Done by the Killers. So before we start any content, I'm going to do that.
Let's get down to business.
What is it?
Straight up fluid karma. I mean, me and my boys been smuggling this shit out of Utopia. Look, green, you dream. Blue, in an hour you feel new. And you can forget about mellow yellow and ancient orange, 'cause hey, I'm giving you blood red. Do you bleed? I said, do you bleed?
Yeah, dog.
Well, then you take the blood train. You talk to God without even seeing him. You hear his voice, and you see his disciples. They appear like angels under a sea of black umbrellas. Angels can see through time.
Thanks, dog.
I got soul, but I'm not a soldier. 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 I got soul, but I'm not a soldier.
See, see, I actually do have like a mixed reaction from chat. So this movie is retarded. It's retarded, but I gotta love it. Leah says this movie is Southland Tales. I love these weird ass movies. Me too. Just Scanner Darkly. Like Scanner Darkly and this one are pretty interesting. I kind of want to watch Scanner Darkly again. Scanner Darkly is a, do they call this like shade cell or whatever? I'll move into the content, I promise. But it's a shade cell movie where I think Keanu Reeves is a undercover cop, and they take a drug that's like so hardcore that it fucks with their understanding of reality. And so he truly gets like lost in the experience of being high as fuck. And then it turned like he gets like wrapped into like a small cell of like drug dealers and junkies. But what ends up happening is reality becomes so fucking confusing and the psychiatry becomes so fucking confusing that he ends up getting like sucked into like incarceration. And then when he's incarcerated, he ends up like working as like a indentured slave for a farm that is actually like harvesting the drug that he's trying to break up the illegal consumption of. So, you know, it's kind of like this like surreal, crazy, like post-reality, schizophrenic acid trip into conspiracism and like what is the nature of reality and all sorts of crazy shit. It's actually like a straight fucking bananas movie. I kind of want to watch it again. Because I haven't seen this in like 20 years. But anyways, so it seems like people kind of they either liked it or they didn't. They liked it or they didn't. The Southland Tales. Southland Tales is corny as fuck, and definitely all the actors in it. It has like The Rock in it. It has like Stifler from American Pie in it. The acting is all over the place. The themes are all over the place. The vibes are all over the place. But I think that kind of adds to the charm of the movie. And there are like iconic scenes in there that just kind of stuck with me because I thought they were so interesting. So, yeah. So basically, if you want to, you know, smoke some keef and lose your mind and explore like the dark, weird, thematic schizophrenia of the thousands, then Scanner Darkly and Southland Tales are both like awkward, weird, thematically all over the place. Well, maybe not thematically, tonally. They're tonally all over the place. Like mix of like violence and drugs and sex and, you know, anti-reality and all that kind of shit. It's really interesting. It is really interesting. Alex Jones was in Scanner Darkly. Are you shitting me? That is the least surprising statement I've ever heard. Alex Jones is in Scanner Darkly. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Okay, we'll get cracking. Let me, Hi, Andre Sondelescu. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Did you rant about the frogs then, too? I don't know. I didn't. I don't remember the frogs being a part of a Scanner Darkly. But let me thank all the people who have supported the channel so far today. Like I said, it's later in the month. I'm actually, like, I'm tapped out until I get paid. Until I get paid on the 20th, I'm pretty much tapped out. So, like, I'm right there with you guys if you're hurting. But you guys were so generous early in the week, so generous last week. I can't complain. We're having a beautiful month. So thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for your financial support. Let me thank the people who have chipped. So we got Rifleman, Horse God, Rifleman, Grassroots, Deus Halcyon, Grassroots, Deus Halcyon with 5 gifted, and Fashion 40. Thank you for the chips and oils, kings and queens. I parasocially love you. I appreciate you. Let me go ahead. Let's start the psychic damage. I know, I wish I could just sit here and talk to you about stoner movies from the thousands and the weed culture and the paranoia and the schizophrenia of the 2000s and the 10s. I wish I could talk to you about the silliness of my life, but we should probably actually do content that we could turn into VODs that are consumable by the Twitch and YouTube political audience. Let's do it. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, somebody who tries to have integrity, nuance, and objectives. And there is a civil war on the left right now. The same way that MAGA has kind of split over the whether or not Donald Trump is still actually executing the MAGA agenda in reference to the Iran war, but also whether like who's truly loyal and who's a traitor. That is being argued on the left. Now, it's a substantially smaller fight because it's an online political argument. However, there is a real passionate fight about whether or not Hasan Piker should be a part of the coalition, a part of the electoral attempts of the Democratic Party in order to win power within the establishment. So what's frustrating is that we did just watch yesterday, and I took a tremendous amount of psychic damage watching Hasan Piker deliver a speech at Yale University, one of the most prestigious universities in the country and arguably on the planet. And his speech was effectively, America bad, we have no moral authority, we raped and murdered our way into power, the post-World War II colonial and military adventurist project that has been the past 70 years was a mistake. Mao Zedong and Lenin and all the socialists and communists were the heroes of the 20th century. And that, not only that, but if there was something, he actually specifically used the term killing fields. The Cambodian killing fields, he didn't say Cambodia and he didn't say Khmer, but what he was trying to implant into the audience's brain is that if there were killing fields, like in Malaysia or Indonesia, they were just as bad and caused by American interventionism as the Cambodian Khmer killing fields. And then also the Cambodian Khmer killing fields were a reaction to American imperialism. So realistically, if communists did messed up stuff, that's also our fault. So basically, if a communist seizes control in their country, that's evidence of the lack of American democratic and mixed economy capitalist power. If a communist fails to seize power in a country, that's evidence of our evilness because we prevented them from manifesting their destiny. If a communist kills somebody, that's our fault because they did it because they were resisting our geopolitical aggression. And if I can't even really think about what else. But basically, if a communist does something good, it's because it's good. If a communist does something bad, it's because of America. So, you know, but honestly, I was truly, yesterday, I was thrown for a loop. I was befuddled. I was repulsed. I was disgusted. And this fight is a fight that I'm losing, to be clear. It does seem like more people see a electoral canvassing and fundraising advantage with Hasan Piker to the point that they're willing to look past the fact that he is a Marxist, Leninist, revolutionary, terrorist simp. That way they can get clout, they can get money, they can have electoral impact. It's a fight that I'm losing. But I'm still going to fight it anyways because fuck that. You know? I will go to hell before I work with a fucking tanky piece of shit. So, Kyle Kulinski is mad at Sarah Longwell of The Bulwark for saying, hey, this guy sucks and we shouldn't work with him and he's probably going to do more damage than he's going to help. And we're going to watch that and break it down.
Y'all, I have to say, I am completely and utterly done with Hasan Derangement syndrome. Let me just say, as clear as I possibly can, if you are a political commentator and you have a take on Hasan Piker, do me a favor and just shut the fuck up.
No, I'm going to respond to your take, Kyle Kulinski, you bleach blonde, hoop earring wearing stoner sack of shit. And dude, I don't even dislike Kyle that much, right? I could get stoned with Kyle. I could hang out with Kyle. I could drink a beer with Kyle. I could talk politics with Kyle. I don't have a problem with Kyle from that regard. But I think he's a useful tool for bad people.
I don't want to hear it. Nobody wants to hear it. We shouldn't even be having this conversation. This hopefully will be the last time I have to fucking address this. But I am so sick. We're living in a world where Donald Trump is waging an illegal and offensive war against Iran. The outline of World War III is there for shit sure. Anybody with a functioning brain can see it. China, Russia, Iran versus us and Israel, with a hesitant Europe to fucking take a side. Even the Gulf Arab states now are hesitant to sort of take a side. You see the outlines there. The Strait of Hormuz is shut down.
Okay, this is going to be relatively dense because Kyle Kulinski is a fucking stoner who, like, understands geopolitics for the first time at the age of 15 and then didn't do any additional research. This has been the dynamic for a century. Okay? I want you to understand this. This has been the dynamic for a century. Saying China and Russia are opposed to us. No shit. Saying that the Middle East is ambivalent about which, well, not even ambivalent. They're worried about which direction they're going to go in because they can realistically profit from fueling both sides. And weirdly enough, they're ideologically opposed to both sides. I want you to think about this. The Gulf states are aligned with us because we're a reliable customer who offers them security guarantees. But they don't like our culture. They don't like that we're degenerate, that we put women's tits on television, that we have strip clubs, that we have liquor, that we have pop culture that encourages nihilist hedonism. They don't like the atheism that we tolerate. They don't like the anti-theism that we tolerate. They don't like us. They actually think we're kind of assholes and we're going to hell. But we're reliable customers and we have really, really, really good guns. So the Gulf states tolerate us and are willing to sell their oil, partially because, let's be real, if they don't sell us their oil, not only do we have good credit and are we going to pay them a shitload of money for the oil, but if they don't sell us the oil, we're going to fuck them up. Right? That's our relationship with the Gulf states. But alternatively, if you looked at the Eastern Bloc during the 20th century, if you looked at Russia and China, they're even worse than us. They're atheists and anti-theists on a fundamental ideological level. They want to ban the belief in God because they think religion, as a bunch of edgy atheist F-slurs do, they think the religion is the beginning and end of a lot of humanity's problems. And so as a result, the 20th century Soviet Union prohibited religion, oppressed Christians and oppressed Muslims and oppressed Jews. And then China was already a fairly secular anti-religious society because Confucianism and Buddhism and Taoism, which are, Confucianism is more political than it is religious, but it makes some inferences about religious concepts. Those are already ideologies that kind of believe in a higher power that set the universe in motion, but they don't believe in specifically like an afterlife. And they don't, like some sects do, to be clear, but they don't really have this like higher conception of like an afterlife and a moral judge of the individual human life. And so they were already atheist or anti-theist to begin with. So pretending that like this is a new dynamic and being like, oh, World War III, it's like, you're a fucking ahistorical dipshit. So, and by the way, I'm pretty sure this is stuff that Kyle would concede in a conversation. He just wants to spread the alarmism of the current moment because it's profitable. It's profitable to do so. Anyways, it's going to be dense. I'm sorry to the people who just want to watch this and like watch react or watch Kyle say something. And then I just like let him yap for 2 minutes and then they go, huh, that's stupid. No, this is going to be very dense because he's going to say some stupid shit that takes time to debunk, so to speak.
Gas is absolutely skyrocketing. Our AI bubble is about to burst seemingly any minute. We have a looming fucking global depression that's a...
Okay, he's cooking here. Okay, he's cooking here.
about to hit. We have war crime after war crime after war crime being committed on a daily basis. We have fears of a Moab or nukes about to be used in Iran.
Okay. A Moab or a nuke. I don't begrudge his alarm that we're using hardcore technology in the Iranian war, which was launched without the consent of Congress. I don't begrudge him that concept at all. But saying a Moab or nuke as if they're the same thing is so wildly fucking stupid, I cannot even begin to process it, okay? Moab, one of the largest conventional weapons on the planet. It is very impressive. It is very cool. It does blow up a lot of shit. That's very true. Even a tactical nuclear bomb, which, to be clear, is a quote-unquote small nuclear weapon, makes a Moab look like a fucking firecracker. Okay? I want to be clear about this. As a matter of fact, why don't we even take a moment
attacking hospitals
in order to understand the explosive difference between a Moab. Okay, Moab energy. Okay, hold on. Moab bomb energy is an explosive yield of 22,000 pounds of TNT. Okay. What is the equivalent of a tactical nuclear weapon in TNT? Is 50,000 tons. So think about this. Pounds. One of them is being measured in pounds. I am 230 pounds. Okay? One of them is being measured in tons. Okay? So for those of you who don't understand, like, hold on, let's make it even more. What is a ton? A ton is 2,000 pounds. Okay? 11 tons versus 50 kilotons. So, once again, I'm sorry for being like a technological pedant. Somebody who's criticizing every few words. But when you say, we're on the verge of dropping a Moab or a tactical device, a tactical nuke, what I hear is, we're on the verge of getting a splinter or having our entire arm chopped off. You know, like, very clearly, one of them is more intense than the other. And putting them into the same sentence kind of makes you look like a dipshit. Okay. So, the pedantry is insufficient. I disagree. I think this will be a horrible viewing experience, except for autists. For autists, this is going to be a phenomenal viewing experience. For somebody who's 80 IQ or 90 IQ dipshit, this is going to be a horrible viewing experience because they're going to be like, really? We're lab coats? We're busting out measurements? Okay, lab coat, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, moving on.
Hospitals, they're attacking schools. Israel is stealing South Lebanon right now as we speak. They displaced 1.1 million people. They're bulldozing their homes. They're seizing their land. All this shit is going on.
Okay. Sorry for the endless pauses. We're blowing up hospitals and we're blowing up schools. Then why the fuck do you have to keep referencing the 200 kids killed in one school? Now, I swear to God, it's because he wants to combine the fact that Israel wiped out 80% of buildings in Gaza, some of which were hospitals. Okay, fair enough. And the Americans blew up a school in Iran. Okay, fair enough. You are right. They are blowing up hospitals and they are blowing up schools. But the picture that's being painted in my mind, which I feel is disingenuous and not aligned with reality, is that America is looking at satellite imagery of schools and hospitals. Then they're like, wouldn't it be funny if we blew up the most vulnerable people on the planet for a gas, right? Why don't we just drop MOABs and tactical nukes specifically on schools and hospitals? Because it would be funny. And that's not happening. So I feel like Kyle is either a stoner fucking idiot who doesn't understand violence or the military or tactics or strategic planning or tactical planning or conventional weapons or nuclear weapons or biological weapons or the laws of war or geopolitics or anything. And it's frustrating to hear him just combine 8 ideas into one sentence. It fucking sucks. Because the amount of time that it takes to say, no, Kyle, you're wrong. You basically have to write a 10,000 page fucking thesis paper because it's so fundamentally incorrect. It's difficult to even peel apart in a reasonable amount of time. Okay. Let me read a few chats real quick just so I can pace myself. Arthur says the B-61 gravity bomb yield per Wikipedia is 0.3 kilotons or 320 kilotons. Right. And a tactical nuke was 50,000. So once again, cherry bomb, hand grenade. You know what I'm saying? They're both explosives. A cherry bomb will take off your fingers. A hand grenade will perforate all of your vital organs with high velocity shrapnel that will result in your death. And the concussive force is such that it will turn your internal organs to jelly. Right? So are they both explosives? Absolutely. Is one substantially more dangerous than the other? Absolutely. John Kennedy says, why does a streamer with very soft hands need a Band-Aid on each one, especially with the Band-Aids falling apart as if they've been on for a week? I don't know. You know what? This is a great point. What fucking grown man uses Band-Aids? I'm going to leave this into the VOD. What fucking grown man uses Band-Aids? I know I'm alienating 5 to 10 of people in my audience, but like, dude, wash your hands. Well, actually, first, dip your hands into dirt. You get a cut. Dip it into dirt so you can build up your immune system. Spit on it because it's kinky. Then go wash your hands and then walk around like a grown man with the ability to clot. Who the fuck wears Band-Aids after they're fucking 8 years old? This is fucking horse shit. What a fucking... No, sorry, Aaron. I'm sorry if I'm making fun of you right now. But no offense, Band-Aids are for fucking pussies. Walk around and bleed like somebody who has the ability to clot. Do you have the ability to clot? Does your body send fucking little things to your cuts in order to stop you from bleeding to death? If you're not fucking anemic, if you're not a fucking hemophiliac, you don't need Band-Aids, you fucking pussy. Fucking rub it in dirt, spit on it, go wash it, that way you don't actually die, and fucking keep it moving. Holy shit, what a fucking pussy. Anyways. Excellent point, John Kennedy. I'm leaving that in the VOD. Andre Sondelescu says, not to defend Kulinski's lack of knowledge on explosives, but I guess he meant the U.S. might bomb the shit out of Iran. I know. There's an underlying point. There's an underlying thrust. I just hate the inaccuracy of his underlying fucking thrust. And people, yeah, see, that I knew it was going to happen. I knew there were going to be 3 or 4 of you that are going to be like, I need Band-Aids for my job. I can't bleed into the food that I'm cooking for other people. I don't have high platelets. Listen, I knew there was going to be some crossfire. Okay? I knew what's the crossfire meme? I forget that meme where it's like you shoot in a certain direction, but it reflects off the person you're insulting and it hits somebody else. There's a fucking meme that does that. I just did that to half a dozen people in my chat. They're like, whoa! They're like, what'd you say fuck me for? I wear Band-Aids. Khal Drogo's famous last words. Oh my God. Agnes says, I'm going to need a bench press stat check. Well, my shoulder's all fucked up. I could probably realistically do 135 without my vertebrae popping out the side of my neck. But my max at one time, I was able to rep 225 3 or 4 times at my peak. So, you know, I did get the 225. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, all right. I don't get why it's funny. It's because I'm making fun of you for your lack of masculinity and you're getting offended. That's why it's funny. So, my apologies. If you work in food service, if you nick yourself all the time, if you're on the road. Okay, hold on. Let me do a caveat. Okay, number one, this is mostly a joke. Okay, it's mostly a joke. Now, if you're food service industry and you're working with knives all the time and you're slicing shit up all the time and you cut yourself all the time because you're moving so quickly in order to keep the line moving and you don't want to bleed into your food because that's unsanitary and rude and shitty, I understand. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. I've never heard somebody brag about their platelets. Okay, guys. Okay, let's take a breath. It was friendly fire. I knew I was going to hit some of my own troops. It's mostly a joke. Yes. Okay, all right. We're gonna move on. I'm sorry for thinking that's so funny, but I know we're gonna take a lot of psychic. I need to move on. To be clear, I've been talking about Band-Aids for 5 minutes now. We need to move on, but I do think it's funny that like I start talking shit about grown-ass men wearing Band-Aids, and then like seriously, a dozen people in chat are like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" Okay. It was funny. It was a moment. It's past. Stop laughing about the same thing. Time to move on. Okay. All right.
And we're supposed to have a fucking conversation about Hasan Piker. Did you guys see that in 2019 he said this thing which was really politically incorrect and rude? I don't give a fuck if he was having sex with your grandma in 2019 or 2012. I don't give a fuck. Why are we having this conversation? Why are we talking about him? And so we really had Hasan Derangement Syndrome hit a peak recently because on The Bulwark, the network The Bulwark, we had Tim Miller, who, to his credit, he came out and I think he had the proper take. He was basically saying, like, why the fuck are we talking about Hasan? There's an illegal war of aggression going on, and Donald Trump's a psychopath. He's demented. He's going to basically drag us all to hell. Like, he's destroyed the country completely. He's working on destroying the world. Let's grow up here and move the fuck on. Let's not talk about Hasan. So Tim Miller comes out and says that. Well, you have a right-wing Democrat, a diet MAGA Democrat, as I call them, Sarah Longwell. She was one of the founders of the Bulwark, I believe, and she was mad at Tim Miller, and she goes, well, we got to have this conversation on air because I don't agree with you. What followed was just one of the most frustrating conversations I think I've ever seen. So let me show you a little snippet here. Here's what she said.
It's like, what? We're picking this fight with him now? I'm just like, I could think of 1,000 other things I would rather Democrats pick fights about now. Like, why him right now?
Because he's making their life harder. It is people like Hasan
They're making their life harder.
hold on. People like Hasan are making Democrats who want to take a stand against this war, right? And who want to probably take a stand against the way that Trump is just sort of like, you know, doing whatever Bibi tells him. They're trying to figure out how to do it in a way where they don't imperil the safety of Jewish people in this country. They're trying to do it in a way that is, they don't want to be anti-Semitic. And I'll tell you why Hasan is so dangerous is that what it does is it's exactly what Trump does. It's exactly what Nick Fuentes does and Tucker does. It takes maybe legitimate rage about something, and then it gives them an enemy to put it on. It gives them an out-group to blame for it. And I think you have to be so careful with that so that you're not doing that, which starts with condemning the people who hold the same position as you for reasons that are bad, for reasons that are hostile to Jews.
Here's where I disagree. Totally disagree. It starts with condemning the fucking war. and condemning Israel and condemning Bibi and condemning Trump and being passionate and clear about it. Because then what happens? Then, if you have the credibility then with the voters who were anti-war voters, who were unhappy about the way that they see the bipartisan establishment, and they thought Trump was going to be their savior from this, that there was this some blob in D.C., and no matter which party is in charge, we all get into stupid wars. They thought Trump was their way out of this. And now they're like, Trump's doing the same shit that all the other ones did that we said we didn't want it. He's doing it worse. And so now if the Democrats go to those people and go on those shows, they should be on those shows. Democrats should be begging Joe Rogan or Theo or whoever to have them on right now. They should be on Manosphere shows being like, I told you, this was stupid. I didn't want to do this. This war is dumb. Our relationship with Israel is too tight. We should be reevaluating it. We should not be getting dog walked into this war. By the way, MBS also sucks, right? Like, you can do that in a way that's not anti-Semitic because it's what has happened.
He's right that the same fucking people who basically were like, we messed up by not treating Joe Rogan like a special little baby bird and going on his show and explaining things to him like he's 3 years old. They're now in retrospect, they go, we should have been open to the podcasters and the brosphere. Why wouldn't we be open to them? We're so dumb. That's how you gain the voters. You go where they are. He's got a lot of people listening. We should have went over there. Those same people are now shunning the left-wing Joe Rogan. They're going, I'm going to cancel him. I don't.
Shunning the left-wing Joe Rogan. I knew this was going to hurt. Airborne Kite for 2 says, what do we do about boo-boos? Dude, okay. Seriously. Food service and... okay. If bleeding affects your job, and let's say you work in customer service, but you also work with sharp objects, and so you bleeding in front of your customers is not a good look. Throw on a fucking Band-Aid, obviously. Let's say that your food service and bleeding into your customer's food is not advisable, both for sanitary reasons and aesthetic reasons. Put on a fucking Band-Aid. Put on a fucking bandage, put on a pressure thing, keep it moving, right? However, let's say that you're a grown-ass fucking man and you're doing yard work at your house. I know owning a house is like a fantasy, but let's just say that you're doing yard work as a slave at your landlord's apartment complex in order to get a reduction in rent, okay? And you slice your hand on like your arm on a thorn, and it's bleeding a little bit, but you're not going to die. Just especially if it's like dark red blood, so it's not even oxygenated. It's not even an arterial spurt, okay? There's no way that you're going to die from the dark red blood oozing out of your muscles, okay? Presuming that you have muscles as well. Then just let it bleed while you continue to work and let the platelets do their fucking job. Okay? That's what you do. Okay? Anyways, in reference to this fucking shit, okay, so what Kyle appealed to that almost makes sense to me. Okay? What almost makes sense to me, well, actually what Tim Miller said that makes sense to me. Tim Miller said, debating about who's going to help us in an electoral election is silly when we have real shit going on. There's the Iran war. There's the tariffs that are making lives more expensive. There's the inflation that is being caused by tariffs. There's the affordability of gasoline exacerbated by the Iranian conflict. There's the Epstein files. There's the sweeping for the ephebophilic sex trafficking ring by the administration. Why are we beefing with a podcast bro? Okay? And I'm okay with that. That seems logical from a pragmatic perspective. The reason why I get frustrated with Kyle Kulinski is he's simultaneously saying, it's not a big deal. Leave Hasan alone, guys. He's just like a ooh-woo cutesy tiny streamer. But then he's also calling him the Joe Rogan of the left. And if you don't think that the Joe Rogan of the center right, Joe Rogan of the contrarian right, which is Joe Rogan, if you don't think that Joe Rogan and the podcast sphere had an impact on the national zeitgeist and the acceptability of Trump, I think you're a fucking idiot. And so Clearly, it's not so important that it should degrade from these serious issues that are infinitely more important than who the dumbass fucking podcast bros who only have an effect on 1/3% of the electorate. But it is still important enough to talk about. And that's what I'm frustrated with Kyle Kulinski is. He's like, no, nobody should have any opinions about anything that Hasan Piker ever says, but also he's big enough that we should recognize him and hail him as the Joe Rogan of the left. Those are contradictory concepts in my mind. So, hold on. I'm probably going to chop out the continuing debate about what you do with a bleeding wound, but I do think it's funny. Nobody wants this war dog? True. Conservatism says you can take a stand against a war without worrying about being associated with Hasan's mouth-breathing fans. Don't let them control you. Jesus hates a pussy. Unironically true. Republican in Exile says Kyle won't ever show the Yale speech part where Hasan says the downfall of the Soviet Union was the biggest catastrophe of the 20th century. Don't worry. That's going to play on Fox News. Whenever Hasan Piker actually kind of just turbo-fucked his own relevance. Not that he's not going to be relevant. He's going to be increasingly relevant. But effectively, all the Republicans have to do is anytime any Democrat ever accepts money, clout, influence, interviews, and or canvassing operations from Hasan Piker, all they have to do is play the clip of Hasan Piker quoting Mao Zedong, quoting Lenin, and saying that the collapse of the Soviet Union was the greatest greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. That's all they have to do now. And I think that's part of the reason why I took so much psychic damage is you already had America Deserve 9/11. You already had baby settlers. You already had, the fucking landlord clips of him like, let the streets run red with the blood of landlords. Meanwhile, his mom's a fucking landlord, fucking F slur. And then now you have the Mao quotes, the Lenin quotes, and the fucking, the fall of the Soviet Union was one of the largest geopolitical disasters. Yeah, it's bad. It's very bad. It's not good. I'm not saying it's outcome determinative. I'm not saying it's election determinative. I am saying it's not an advantage. To me, it's pretty clearly a disadvantage. Leah says, which we do and we are. We just don't want the country wiped off the face of the earth, and we cannot coalition build with people who want a whole-ass country eradicated. I mean, that sounds too logical for modern politics, Leah. That sounds too normal. Crusader Danny says, wait, didn't Kyle go on Joe Rogan and got dog walked? Yeah, he's like a friend with Rogan. At least he was a few years ago. Leah says, I'm going to have to sit on my hands. I get so fucking annoyed at this stupid shit like this. Yeah. Trust me. I told you today was going to be bad. Why do you think I was telling stoner stories from the 2000s earlier in stream? It's because I knew that this was going to hurt. Red Hot says, even in food service, I feel like they typically opt for those like finger sleeves over Band-Aids, which are way better. Sure. Okay, turns out there's not a huge debate about blood shit. I thought there was going to be more pushback, but there wasn't. Leah says, if you're plateletly challenged like I am, super glue and duct tape are your friend. Try to put on a paper towel, something that's not adhesive side on the duct tape against the wound if you can. Yeah, there you go. If you're plateletly challenged, my shit talking doesn't apply to you. I'm shit talking Kyle, a podcaster who probably cut himself with a hobby knife while painting miniatures. I cut myself with hobby knives while I paint miniatures, but I literally suck the blood off of my fingertips and then let my platelets clot my fingers. So all I'm saying is Kyle Kulinski's a fucking pussy. Okay? Fair enough? Let's go.
I don't like him. He needs to shut up and never say anything I don't like, ever. And let me quote the worst things he ever said, but out of context, and make him sound like an absolute fucking maniac. Even though
I would love to hear the context, Kyle. Please enlighten me on the context.
Anybody who watches his show for one fucking day or two can immediately tell you that the way they try to portray him is psychotically inaccurate. To the point where they're lying. They are lying the way that they portray this man. So, Sean says, my main takeaway from this was the revelation that Sarah has a book coming out on how to defeat MAGA when Kamala lost following her exact game plan down to campaigning with Liz Cheney. Tim Miller is the only never-Trumper who has actually truly thought about what happened in 2024. That's fucking incredible. So Sarah Longwell supported the idea of campaigning with Liz Cheney. Now she has the nerve to police the boundaries and the borders of the Democratic coalition. How about you go to Shut the Fuck Upsville How about that? How about you were dead wrong about everything? Kamala came out the gates hot as a motherfucker when her and Tim Walz were doing the rallies, and Tim Walz was making jokes about J.D. Vance, having sex with couches, and they were talking about how we're going to ban price gouging for groceries, and they came out hot and aggressive, and they went left. And at that moment, polls came out that had her up 6 points on Donald Trump. Then as soon as the Biden people infiltrated and the Never Trumpers infiltrated, and what happened? Oh, they softened the rhetoric. She stopped talking about the banning of price gouging on groceries. She started talking about having the most lethal military in the world.
God, that fucking line got me so goddamn hard.
She had on, she was out there with Liz Cheney all the time, which, by the way, netted her fucking 0 voters, probably lost more voters. Like, for I
mean, she netted me. She shouldn't have talked about guns. And I still had to, like, plug my nose as I checked the box. But, she got me. She got, like, the fucking 30 Never Trump Republicans who actually exist. So, I mean, that's good. Also, isn't the Bulwark fucking huge? Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't, like, the Bulwark... It's not like Midas touch big. But isn't it pretty big? The Bulwark has 1.68 million subs. Their videos get not that great. 20K, 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 20K. Well, let me go to videos, or should I go to live? That is 2 hours ago, but 13K in 13 hours is not good. Hold on. It's members only? Why'd they go to members only? Are you... Ooh. Okay, Sarah. You and I need to talk. 500, 118, 155, 179, 121, 175, 375, 81, 284, 259. Okay. I mean, they were cooking for a while. Then it looks like they went to members only on their hottest content. And then that looks like a correlated drop in views because a lot of their shit is fucking members only. I have no idea why they did that. Live is okay. 131, 154, 308, 223, 199, 340, 465, 247, 589, 185, 66, 208. Okay, they're doing okay. They're doing okay. And I'm sure like 60% of their audience, 70% of their audience are, Democrats who just want to see a Republican with a spine. But I do want to also assume that like 30% of their audience is also actually never Trump Republicans. So, I get what Kyle's saying. I get it enough to not totally freak out about it.
Fuck's sake. Hello, this is the Democratic Party. Most of us lived through the fucking Bush years and we saw the horrors and we hated the fucking neocon warmongers. And your brilliant idea was to bring a neocon warmonger and say, I'm with these people who you fucking hate. And so the fact that she has the nerve to go out there and like she's policing it. Bitch, you got here yesterday. Like you got to the coalition yesterday. Are you kidding me? Okay. We also have this. It's Politics says, and people wonder why some never Trump Republicans are not the best allies. Listen to Sarah Longwell. She came yesterday to the Democratic Party, and maybe she doesn't agree with the majority of positions of the base, like Medicare for all, taxing the rich, and decoupling from Israel, but she gets to pick and choose what people are in the tent. Get the fuck out of here. So here's another.
Dude, hold up. Straight up. This is why I want to do the Rhino project. I'm not kidding. This is why. Because we are not the same. Hold on. Let's rewind a little bit. So I don't want Medicare for all. Medicare for all is a single payer system. I don't want a single payer system. Most European countries are not single payer. Most European countries are not the NHS, right? They are multi-payer systems with a public option. So you can still have the base level of care, the base level of treatment that is subsidized by the state. But then if you want extravagant services, if you want plastic surgery, if you want enhanced care, you can pay through the fucking nose for advanced healthcare. So I don't want M4A. Taxing the rich, I hate to say it, but I do want to tax the rich, but I also want to keep it reasonable. So right now, the taxing the rich thing for the Democratic base is like, if you make more than $1 million, we need to tax you at 90%. And if you have unrealized capital gains, then we're still going to tax you at 20% on the entirety of your wealth. And we want to do wealth taxes. Fuck that. We're not on the same page in reference to that shit. And I think some of that stuff is disastrous, right? And decoupling from Israel. And then in reference to Israel, I'm a fucking tepid Zionist. Like I said, I'm a two-stater, which I understand like probably half of Israel is for, but the other half is, whatever. What the fuck is this take? I don't want to tax the rich. Peace. Okay, fuck off. You shut, dude. Dude. Stoned Age, if you haven't left yet, can you explain what a wealth tax is real quick? I mean, you've probably already left, which is funny. But can you explain a wealth tax real quick? If you haven't clicked the back button yet. I love how gray names show up. Go, wow. I can't believe you said that. I can't put up with that. Bye. And it's like, are you for real? Like I can't even, I'm assuming they've already left. So like, I can't even pause in order to get one guide. Like, I wish I could get one guide. I wish somebody could say, what the fuck is this take? I don't want to tax the rich. Peace.
That's to pick and
let me pretend for a second. Let me pretend for a second that this person is still here, okay? American progressive tax rates by income table. Okay, so let me explain this real quick, okay? Just in case there's people who are not dumb as fuck in my chat, okay? People who make $11,000 a year get taxed at 10%. But let's be real, there is enough subsidies for the people who only make 11 grand that they most likely don't pay taxes. Let's be real. For 12%, up to 50K for individuals and up to 100 grand for married couples, you're taxed at 12%. Okay? Then, for people who make more than 100 grand, you get taxed at 22%. And then let's go up to the upper echelons at 250,000, well, realistically at 200,000 for individuals and 400,000 for married couples. And anybody higher than that, you're effectively getting charged between 30 and 40%. Now, my problem with this is that this is not actually what ends up getting paid. Okay, and trust me, I understand how progressive tax works. I understand you only pay 12% on the first 100K you make, right? I understand the way that progressive taxation works. But I think it's absurd to say that you engage in an economic transaction and the state, merely through its existence, gets 33 cents on the dollar. Okay? I think that's fucking crazy pants. But that's actually not how our system works. Oftentimes, there are so many deductions on the taxes, particularly for self-employed people, particularly for businesses, particularly for corporations, particularly for investments, that you get taxed at a lower rate. And so while 37% taxation seems like highway fucking robbery, what ends up happening is rich people have advocated for a complex tax system where basically, as long as they do their taxes correctly, they can get around 20% or under 20%. So what I would like to do is I would eliminate the 12% tax bracket. I would eliminate that. I would leave it at 10%. And I would say the first 100,000 for individuals and the first 200,000 for families should be at 10%. And then basically, if you're making more than $250,000, you should get hit at 25%, but no deductions. Okay? Literally no deductions. You don't have rich people playing this game where they're basically getting raped if they just pay their taxes, but they also cannot escape 25%. And so as a result, not only do you reduce the tax burden of the working class and the middle class, but then the upper class doesn't feel like they're getting raped if they just file their taxes normally. It creates this perverse game. And so when you say, well, we're not taxing the rich sufficiently, and you're like, okay, what do you want to do? And you're like, well, for anybody making more than $1 million, I want to put a 90% tax rate on their income. Then I'm assuming that what's going to happen is rich people are going to say, well, that's fucking absurd. And they're going to find other vehicles for their wealth besides income. And all that revenue that you thought you were going to generate from income tax is just going to get moved to other locations. It's like a water balloon. If you squeeze on one side, the water is going to shift into a different location. And so what's going to happen is all the money that you feel like you're going to get from income tax by taxing millionaires at 90% is going to get squeezed into investments. And then when you get squeezed into fucking investments, then you start talking about unrealized capital gains, which is so fucking stupid. I can't even begin to communicate to you how fucking stupid it is. Okay? Because basically, let's say I do have a house. Let's say my house is worth $200,000. Let's just, it's not, it's worth substantially more, but let's just say that it's worth $200,000 and that's my asset. A tax on unrealized capital gains at 20% means that I would have to pay the government $40,000 a year just to hold on to my asset. That is parasitism. Okay? It's parasitism. So once again, we had one fucking center-left progressive dipshit who has 80 IQ, who jumps into chat, listens to fucking Kyle Kulinski, or listens to fucking Hassan Piker. The rich need to pay their fair share, but they have no idea how the fucking tax system or wealth generation actually works. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I'm not trying to talk about actual property tax. I realize property tax is another thing. I was just trying to analogize a home to a wealth investment for the sake of simplicity. Okay? Taxes on unrealized capital gains is one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard in my entire life. You don't have to agree with me. We'll keep going with the content. But I'll tell you straight up. I'll tell you straight fucking up. Economic illiteracy in the voter base of Democrats is like a huge fucking turnoff. Like, if I had a vagina, my vagina would be dry as the fucking Sahara right now. Okay? I don't have a vagina, but if I had an intellectual vagina, my vagina would be dry as the fucking Sahara. Anyways, before we just start talking about taxable assets, yes, realized gains. So if somebody's asking a question and somebody's making a statement, I'm going to address it real quick. Realized capital gains are assets that you have liquidated in order to take income off of. So when you sell your stock and you pay a 20% tax rate, that's the appropriate time to pay a tax because you've liquidated the asset. It no longer exists. Okay? And you're like, oh, well, rich people just keep their wealth assets invested in the market, and then they take out loans against their investments at insanely reduced interest rates, and then they'll just take out other loans in order to pay the old loans. I don't give a fuck. I straight up do not give a fuck about rich people putting money into the market to be invested for a return on investment, and then them using a financial tool in order to be able to pay their bills. I straight up do not give a fuck. Okay? All right. Anyways, let's move on before my mind vagina shrivels into a fucking raisin.
Choose what people are in the tent. Get the fuck out of here. So here's another clip that went viral. Here.
Which is why I wish that Sarah Longwell, I wish that fucking Bill Kristol, I wish that Tim Miller from Bulwark. I actually truly hope when the MAGA movement is defeated, when Donald Trump is defeated, when fucking JD Vance is defeated, I truly hope they become center-right Republicans again. Because I cannot explain economic literacy to 90 IQ dipshits for the rest of my life. I'll actually just kill myself.
We go.
Should he be in the tent or out of the tent is a question of like, okay, who is this guy? What does he believe? What does he talk about on what is a relatively popular streaming site? And I'll just give you a flavor of some of the
Here come the smears. Here come the out of context quotes. Let's get it.
Things that pop up from Hasan's critics that I have seen and that I think are quite terrible. So America deserved 9/11, dude.
It's the CIA concept of fucking blowback is what he's talking about. No, he's not pro Al-Qaeda, pro Osama bin Laden, pro terrorist attack against civilians in the United States. And the only
How can Kyle say this when he says Hezbollah and Hamas are the lesser of two evils? That feels like hiding your power level. So I think that is what Hasan Piker is going to say in public. I think that's what Kyle's going to say as a useful fucking idiot. But I don't think that's actually true. I actually do think Hasan Piker, he sees American and Israeli military operations in the Middle East and North Africa. And he's like, well, there's a bunch of Muslims getting blown up over here. So if Americans get blown up, that's just tit for tat. And the fact that they're fucking civilians, the fact that they got kidnapped, the fact that they got their throats slit, the fact that they're attacking people who have nothing to do with the military operations, whoops. You know? So no offense, Kyle. You can say this. I don't believe you.
only reason why you're implying that's the case is because you're an Islamophobic hag bitch. His name is Hasan, so you think you can get away with a quick one by pretending he's pro-terrorism. No, in fact, on his show, he talks out against terrorism daily. Okay?
So, sweeping for Hamas and Hezbollah are jokes, sweeping for the Red Sea crisis and hitting random commercial vessels in the Red Sea with fucking drones, that's all a meme, that's all a joke? Okay, news to me. Keep going.
This is why he covers the genocide in Gaza, where they're murking civilians on a daily basis, because he's anti-terrorism. He doesn't want any harm to be done to any fucking civilians.
Can we get updated casualty stats for Gaza? For real. Can we get updated casualty stats? I'm not kidding. Like, even if it was contradictory to my argument, let's say that we got casualty stats that were like, oh yeah, over the past like year, we've gone from 70K approximate dead with 200 estimated indirect to 100 direct deaths or 150 direct deaths and 500,000 indirect deaths. I would actually appreciate the updates in the numbers, because we've been, at least as far as I know, okay, I'm happy to be corrected at any moment, we've been sitting at 70K deaths and 200K estimated for a year. So, you know, the people there are kind of busy. What, you can't remove debris and count corpses simultaneously? The fuck? I'm not even simping for Israel, bro. What is saying, like, I want updated casualty stats? What the fuck does that have to do with fucking simping for Israel? Can you correlate that for me? Hochmeister, like I know that you're like banned on the other channel, but like, could you explain that one? I don't think you can. I think you're just like reflexively throwing shit into chat. That's kind of dumb as fuck. All right, anyways, moving.
And the fact that you didn't realize he's referring to the CIA concept of blowback, says everything about you and fucking nothing about him. Jesus Christ.
On China, he says, we hyper-focus on the social repression or the civil liberties, or not even civil liberties necessarily, but free speech and things like that. But in terms of good governance, there's a lot we can learn from the way they perform out there. At least they...
That's just literally factually correct. That's like not even arguable. That's not even debatable. They have all these fucking beautiful high-speed trains where they built out all of the infrastructure since like 2008 until today. It's a fucking modern marvel of engineering. It's phenomenal. That's the shit he's talking about. Hey, look at the high-speed trains. Look at the state-of-the-art airports. Look at how their mid-level cities now mog the shit out of our fucking top-level cities. That's what he's talking about. You're trying to make some banal, factual...
Okay, so this should be super easy, Timber Lodge. Because evidence of the genocide is pretty blatant at this point. Present them. Okay.
Observation.
So basically Kyle Kulinski and his ilk has said that this is a genocide akin to the Holocaust, in which like 6 million Jews and, I don't know, fucking 10 million motherfuckers were lined up and shot in the back of the head, and that was conducted over 4 years. October 7th, 2023 was 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. So we should be at like, 1.5 million dead right now. Like if the process takes 4 years, then we should be, 3/4 of the way through or halfway through. There should be like 1 million dead. And yet the casualty stats are sitting at 70K with 200K indirect. So if you have evidence of additional casualty stats, I would love to get some updated casualty stats. So feel free to show them. Say, hey, I got updated shit. Yeah, what's up? Destruction of a people in particular or in whole. Okay. So hold on. So the Sudanese civil war, where 250,000 people have gotten wiped out, that's a genocide? Because there are different ethno-religious groups in Sudan. Or how about the war in Syria, where government forces wiped out like 400,000, like the anti-Assadist forces probably wiped out 100K people, and the pro-government forces wiped out 400,000 people, and they were from different ethno-religious groups. So is Syria a genocide as well? Because it seems like by using the logic that you're using, you are conflating war with genocide, and then you're making the term genocide kind of like not useful. Why are you pivoting to Sudan? Because these are contemporaneous conflicts. So who the fuck is talking about Sudan? I'm talking about Sudan. Because we have contemporaneous conflicts with hundreds of thousands of people getting wiped out. Yeah. There's somebody, Timber Lodge and Hotchmeister are saying that asking for updated casualty stats in Gaza is sweeping for Israel. But I'm truly, you're saying it's a genocide. It's a Holocaust. We have irrefutable evidence. Okay? So give me the evidence, man. Fucking send me it on Discord, right? Were all the Jews in Germany killed? No, but 1/3 of the global Jewish population was wiped out. I think that's pretty crazy. So, by comparison, I think we're at 5% of the Gazan population has been killed. So, I mean, just by a factor of 7, we're not really, on the Holocaust train. So, hold on. Let's say updated casualty stats. I'll just do it. For Gaza. As of April 2026, over 72,000 Palestinians have been killed, allegedly 20,000 combatants, during the Gazan conflict, with studies suggesting that total violent deaths could exceed 75,000 when accounting for unrecorded cases. More than 172,000 people are reported to be injured, and a significant portion of the population faces extreme health risks. So the stats are stagnant for a year. So if you have updated stats, I'm literally asking you, Timber Lodge and Hochmeister, you came in and you said that there is overwhelming evidence of a genocide in Gaza. Can we go back to Israel? I'm literally asking for updated fucking evidence about Israel conservative liberalism. So, anytime you want to show me updated casualty stats, I invite you to do so. Please do. Anyways, back to it.
Like controversial and unacceptable. This is the sort of cancel culture bullshit that all you idiots said you would stop doing after the 2024 election, and yet here we are.
And he has a lot of very pro-China takes.
Oh, he's able to call a spade a spade? Don't you know we're supposed to shut our brains off and say and everything ever about China is evil and wrong and bad?
There's one.
Okay, this is why Kyle's a fucking loser, in my opinion. So, China, for those of you who don't know, we're going to go into a longer yap about China momentarily. Nationalists. Okay, so what happened was in the late 19th century, there was an imperium in China. They actually had the Empress Dowager Cixi, who was ruling as regent over China. And they were like Manchurian, and they had ruled for approximately 500 years. And so it's actually like one of the longest running empires in human history, which is fairly impressive. And if you include the Han dynasty before it, I think the Mongolians interrupt somewhere. But if you actually add the Manchurian rulership and the Han dynasty together, there is arguably a Chinese imperial rule for almost 2,000 years. Like, we love Rome, and Rome lasted from like 200 before Christ to, if you include the Byzantine Empire, to approximately like 1400 or 1500. So we're proud of like a 1700 year imperial run, which, let's be real, by the end of the Roman Empire, it was effectively a city-state. It was one city and its curtilage. So by comparison, China had a roughly 2,000 year imperium. So I think that's impressive. I think that's cool. But what happened with China, okay, is it became stagnant. They were getting their shit kicked in by colonial powers. The local population was upset, but the empress and the emperor had to bend the knee to European powers who came in with more advanced weapons and forced China to concede their ports to colonial power control, and then also allow the colonial powers to sell foreign goods to Chinese citizens unchallenged. They basically were forced to trade with foreign powers at the barrel of a gun. So eventually what happens is the Empress, I think it's Empress Dowager Cixi, I think in 1912, she gets deposed and China falls into a warlord period where effectively the entire country is being controlled in regions that are controlled by warlords, generals, people who control large militias. And so the nationalists and the communists team up. They reconquer the country in, I think, the 10s and 20s. They actually do reunify China, but then the nationalists don't like the communists. They think they're a bunch of edgy dipshits. And so they purge the communists. But the communists survive and they march north. Almost simultaneous to this, the Japanese invade and start massacring the Chinese. And so what ends up happening is the nationalist government is so corrupt and so weak that they cannot resist the Japanese invasion. The communists develop a propagandistic perspective of like Robin Hood. They rob from the nationalist government in order to give to the poor. They rob from the corrupt corporations in order to give to the poor. They fight the Japanese invaders on behalf of the poor. And this popularity, when there's nationalist armies that are getting their shit kicked in by Japanese imperial forces, actually allows some Chinese nationalist forces to join the communists and become a more effective fighting force. And as a result of the effectiveness of the communist guerrilla fighters and their nationalist army counterparts who have now sworn allegiance to communism, they actually retake the country and drive the nationalists out of the country into Taiwan. After that, Mao Zedong does the Great Leap Forward, where he tells all the peasants to stop harvesting grain, and they shoot all of the fucking sparrows. I shit you not. They shot all the fucking sparrows because the sparrows were stealing the grain. That actually causes... So not only are a bunch of motherfuckers that are supposed to be making food, making shitty, unusable steel in their backyard. I shit you not. This is the lore of China. So not only do they make a shitload of unusable steel in their backyards and not raise food, but they also kill all the birds that were supposed to take care of the insects. And so as a result, they cause one of the worst man-made famines in human history. Like, actually, arguably, tens of millions of people die due to central economic control and stupidity. Okay? So, in reference to, so after that, they actually starved tens of millions of people to death. And what Mao Zedong says during the time is he says, well, you know, all of these districts are still arguably loyal to the nationalist government. And so I'm going to feed my people and make sure they're doing okay. But if they're from districts that we support being disloyal, we're just going to let them starve to death. And that's exactly what happens. So tens of millions of people starve to death. It's a huge controversy in China. In the 40s and 50s, the cult of personality around Mao Zedong is so strong that everybody just fucking puts up with it. Then through the 60s and 70s, Mao Zedong is now getting older. And so there are what's called capitalist rotors. I promise you I'll try to get done with this as quickly as possible, but Chinese lore is fascinating. So Mao Zedong can feel that state capitalists and Western sympathizers want to revolutionize Chinese economics back to a state capitalist system, and he feels like that would be a reversion of the revolution and the end of the quote-unquote century of humiliation where they kicked out all the colonial powers, and so as a result, he doesn't want that to happen. So he and his sycophants start spreading propaganda throughout the nation that we need a glorious cultural revolution to purge Chinese society of capitalist sympathizers. And so what happens over a period of like 2 years, immediately before the United States normalizes its relations with China, by the way, is the youth of China go on a fucking struggle session murder spree where anybody who has ever expressed anything remotely positive about capitalism or remotely positive about foreign governments or remotely positive about the nationalist government are dragged out of their schools, dragged out of their homes, and they're effectively forced there to be put into struggle sessions by hundreds or thousands of young people. And if their answers are not good enough, they're fucking killed. And the casualty stats on this are actually quite wild. So, Chinese Cultural Revolution death estimates. So I heard because I had a Chinese professor that 200,000. Oh, hold on. This is it. Estimates typically range from 500,000. And I think I was told 500,000 in my history class about China. That was taught to me by a CCP member to 2 million. Okay? So I want you to think about that. This isn't, my parents were 20 years old when this happened. Okay? My parents were teenagers when this happened. In China, people who thought that capitalism was cool some of the time were dragged out of their homes and beaten to death by their fellow citizens. And this was arguably 500,000 to 2 million people who were beaten to death. Do you understand how fucking wild that is and how recent this is? This was in the late 60s, early 70s. Okay? Hasan Piker's parents were alive. My parents were alive. Some of your parents were alive. So to just go, oh, simping for China, no fucking big deal. That's fucking crazy pants. All right? No, he did not. He did not mention the Cultural Revolution during his Yale speech. Weirdly enough, purple flex dress. He forgot this little detail about Chinese history. So anyways, arguably what happens is that immediately after the Cultural Revolution, weirdly enough, Mao Zedong loses a lot of clout and influence and ultimately dies. And I forget the exact timeline, but America sees that there is a cultural, anti-cultural revolutionary attempt to get more capitalist. And so as a result, they actually reach out into China and they start making friends. And we normalize diplomatic relations with China. And so the reason why we did that after this massacre of capitalist sympathizers in China is because we thought that if we could peel away communist China from the Soviet Union, we would be more easily able to take out the Soviet Union. And this is actually arguably true, that the Soviet Union, due to losing some of its influence in the communist world via China, actually the Soviet Union was substantially weakened, and this led to their fall in 1989. But the problem with that is that China, through state capitalism, by saying, we're actually going to open up our markets, we're going to become an industrial hub, we're not sufficiently developed for socialism or communism yet, we're still going to use money, we're going to trade with the West, we're going to trade with our local partners, we're going to try to become a regional hegemon. They became insanely powerful. Like, I kid you not, because not only do you have the vehicle of capitalism, of industry, but you have the authoritarianism of communism. And so arguably, somebody said this earlier, that state capitalism is so close to fucking fascism, it's almost indistinguishable. And funnily enough, some fascists argue that. They actually say that the state capitalism of China is more close to the vision of what Hitler wanted to achieve, that maybe fascists in the Western world should pretend to be socialists, much the way that the National Socialists pretended to be socialists, in order to achieve political power. That way, ultimately, they can create a state capitalist state. And so when I see, all right, I know that was a fucking yap, but if I still have your attention, I want to promise you that this is going somewhere. So when I see Hasan Piker, a Marxist-Leninist tanky fucking piece of shit, and I see Kyle Kulinski, a social democrat, useful fucking idiot, who got 200,000 views on this fucking video, doing apologia for China, I basically see apologia for Nazi Germany. That's all I see. I see the same way that they accuse like fucking Zionists of being Nazis. I think they're fucking Nazis for the way that they do apologia for China. China's done a undeniable cultural genocide in Xinjiang province. They liquidate their political dissidents. They've been credibly accused by the United Nations for, basically harvesting the organs of religious and political dissidents. They've been accused of, have you ever been to the body exhibit? The body exhibit, Chinese bodies. So Bodies, the exhibition, what was so crazy about this was like a decade ago. So they took the harvested corpses of allegedly Chinese volunteers and they fucking killed them. And then they put super glue in their muscles and then they put them on display as if they were actual fucking, living beings with their musculature and bones exposed. And there was a controversy around the Bodies exhibit because, of course, whenever you ask the CCP, they're going to say, oh, these people had medical issues. Oh, these people had fucking, there wasn't that big of a deal. Don't worry about it, blah, 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 blah. But effectively, the Body exhibit has been accused of euthanizing political and religious dissidents, then selling their organs and their bodies to this exhibit to be put on display. Dude, if America did this shit in the fucking 20th century, you can fucking guarantee that Hasan Piker and fucking Kyle Kulinski would be shitting blood over the excesses of American authoritarianism and how fucked up the American system is. But because China does it, and China has redistributive economics that they're sympathetic to, it gets a fucking pass. So, once again, I'm going to say this because I know that was like a 5-minute historical yap about Chinese history and its evolution into what I view as a fascist state. Fuck Hasan Piker. Fuck him in his stupid tanky ass. And fuck Kyle Kulinski for being such a useful goddamn idiot that he's able to sanitize everything that I told you over the past 5 to 10 minutes and say, yeah, but I want high-speed trains, though. Yeah, but I want modern infrastructure. Okay, motherfucker, let's do modern infrastructure. Let's do high-speed trains. But let's not fucking sweep for what's the equivalent to a National Socialist project. What a fucking stupid piece of shit. I cannot emphasize enough. Once again, if I wanted to smoke weed and argue about Kyle Kulinski about this shit, I actually do have the vibes that if we talked, we could have this conversation. I think we could have this conversation, but this motherfucker is so enragingly ignorant about history. It actually makes me want to fucking, I want to fucking Sudoku. I want to fucking self-lobotomize. I want to grab a hammer and a fucking ice pick and jam the fucking ice pick under my own eyelids and then tap it with a hammer until I remove my own fucking prefrontal cortex. It's that fucking bad. Woo! Fast and Bulbous for the 5 says, chat mentions burritos in passing. Connor, here's a 10-minute dissertation on how the Athenians invented the burrito. I mean, you're either into the content or you're not, you know? I hate to say it. If you think a 10-minute historical rant is not your vibe, you probably just don't fuck with my content. Let's be real. Oh, Grassroots for $10 says, Taylor Lorenz was 37 during all of these historical events, by the way. Unsurprising. Unsurprising. Anyways, like the stream, share with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for tolerating my autistic historical rants. Let's go.
This was a little bit taken out of context, but he says, doesn't matter if the fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
When you admit before you do the smear that, well, this one's out of context. How did you let those words come out of your mouth? Oh, my days. How did you let that escape your mouth? Well,
because most people care about militias raping people, Kyle, you fucking moral retard. Sorry for the ableist slur, but literally this motherfucker. So I want to break this down real quick. I'll try not to do a fucking 10-minute yap on this one. Based off of eyewitness testimony, there were Hamas militants who crossed over into southern Israel. Then they shot men and women who were at a party. They found women that they then tied to trees and lampposts, raped them, and then shot them in the back of the head. I don't know what's worse. Like, what's worse? Did they shoot them in the back of the head and then rape their corpses? Or did they rape them while they were alive and then shoot them immediately afterwards? Because either way, it's pretty fucking bad. Right? So, none of that's funny. Now, what you can do argumentatively, if you were actually taking the topic seriously, is you could say, okay, rape's bad, but Israel has currently killed 70,000 fucking people. And as a result, on a systemic analysis basis, the individual war crimes of Hamas do not change my systemic analysis. If you weren't a fucking sociopath, that's how you would articulate the sentiment. But because live streamers are fucking moral retards, Kyle Kulinski is hearing about the rape and murder of women, and then Hasan Piker has also laughed. So, for instance, like when Kamala Harris was like, yo, you know, Hamas systemically, which I understand you could object to the systemic part. Hamas has been credibly accused of committing sexual violence against Israeli civilians during the operations of October 7th. Instead of saying, hey, chat, this is a super serious and fucked up topic. Based off of an evaluation of the evidence, and I'm not saying that I'm saying this, I'm saying Hasan is saying this, I don't believe that the sexual violence perpetrated on October 7, 2023 was systemic. I think that they have anecdotal evidence, and they're using this as propaganda in order to justify the mass slaughter of Palestinians. That's how an adult who is familiar with violence and sexual violence would articulate the same concept. But these people are fucking children who have never been challenged in their entire fucking lives along the dynamics of violence. And as a result, they can hear a misrepresentation of a story that they disagree with, and then they laugh. Anybody who's dealt with like a victim of sexual violence, anybody who's seen somebody fucking murdered in person would not have the casual blasé fucking attitude that these motherfuckers do in reference to sexual violence. Tone policing? You're tone policing? Yeah, you're fucking right. I tone police about rape and murder, you fucking dipshit. Stepped on unity. Do you think it's appropriate to tone police rape and murder? I do. When I tell my war, the other day, I told a story about white phosphorus and how the military tries to retell the use of white phosphorus in the Battle of Fallujah as a comedic story where the American military stretched the rules in order to use white phosphorus. And what I realized through telling that story is that 19-year-old Connor, who hadn't seen corpses, thought that the use of white phosphorus was pretty fucking funny. Now, 40-year-old Connor, who realizes what happened, that we stretched the laws of warfare in order to kill jihadist terrorists in the worst way imaginable to me. Breathing in fire has to be one of, and feeling your lungs burn inside your own chest has to be one of the worst ways to die that I can fucking imagine. So 19-year-old Connor thinks that's funny. 40-year-old Connor does not think that's funny. Okay? Anyways, Vokes for 5 Valor Media Network gifted memberships. Thank you. I appreciate my historical autism being rewarded with cash. Vokes renews their membership. Kyle is just a streamer. He doesn't see any of these things as issues. It's all content for him. Unironically, I agree with you. Ruth for $50 says historical rants appreciation and let LGC payment. Thank you. That's like the, is that the, what does LGC stand for? Is that the libtard militia? The libtard militia gun content? Stepped on Unity says, aren't you friends with Destiny? Doesn't he joke about SA daily on stream? Yeah. And I fucking challenge Steven on his fucking bullshit routinely. You think I wouldn't have? So I'm willing to have conversations and debates with Steven. And I'm willing to, like, I did a whole Moral Frog arc when he did his fucking, oh, the reason why the Texas teenagers who drowned in a mudslide flood, the reason why God killed them was because they were using NordVPN in order to jerk off to fucking porn. And these were like 11-year-old and 13-year-old girls. I told him in person and on stream, and I don't know if I told him on stream. I told him via DMs. Did I tell him via DMs? I don't know. But I definitely fucking made content about it. I don't even know if I fucking DM'd them because I might have been so fucking mad that I couldn't even DM him. But the same way, I would talk to Kyle. I would talk to Kyle tomorrow. And I'd be like, hey, man, the way you cover this topic is super fucked up and really shitty. And it kind of points to a lack of real world experience in your character, which is sad considering you either are a late 30s or early 40-year-old man, right? I'm a late 30s, early 40-year-old man. I'm quite immature. I laugh at fucked up shit. But maybe we don't laugh about fucking, I don't know, 22-year-old Israelis getting raped and shot in the back of the head. Maybe we give that one a pass. You know what I'm saying? The same way, by the way, let's just invert it real quick. I know I'm going on a fucking endless yap, and as a result, this content is going to be like 80% Connor talking. But if somebody was laughing about the Israeli prisoner, so there was a Palestinian prisoner who was raped by Israeli soldiers, and I think it was with foreign objects, and also the penises of IDF soldiers. And I think he either had internal organ damage or he died. Right? If somebody was making light of that circumstance or joking about it, I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So yes, What's good for the goose is good for the fucking gander. The only reason why I joke about Mongolian rapes in reference to Genghis Khan is because, I don't know, we've had like, what, 700 years? 500 years since the Mongolian horde was like raping and murdering people across the steppe. I think enough time has passed that I can make light of Mongolian rape. But, yeah, I'm not going to make light of rape that we catch on fucking camera in the modern day. Anyways. Ruth, thank you for the libtard militia gun content payment. I appreciate you, King. Vokes for the 5. I know you're pro-Israel, but could you steelman the Palestinian position? Absolutely. So, the Israelis, for the past 100 years, have flooded what used to be the Palestinian territory with Jewish settlers and have claimed territory that wasn't their own. Whenever a Palestinian resisted, they would incarcerate or kill said Palestinian. And because of their resistance, they would bulldoze their home and evacuate this person's family, effectively doing ethnic cleansing. In 56, 67, 73, and 2005, they used any violence against Israelis as an excuse to move Palestinians out of the territory. And effectively, they're doing ethnic cleansing with with America's blessing, effectively. And the Palestinians are so fraught. And so the position of the Palestinians is so bad that their hatred and violence is a predictable outgrowth of the conditions in which they're kept and the political position in which they're kept. So as a result, yes, rape bad, murder of civilians bad. But when you keep people in a second class, not even second class citizens, in a second class or third class servile status, then they're probably going to act violently to you. And when people act violently in a systemic fashion, horrible shit is going to happen. That's how I would steelman the Palestinian side. And furthermore, I know that you guys are saying, oh, he's pro-Zionist, oh, he's pro-Israel. I think the annexation of southern Lebanon it's just ethnic cleansing. There's no defense for it. There's no civic nationalist defense. There's no tepid Zionist defense. There's no two-stater defense of the annexation of southern Lebanon. It's just a land grab. It's just a land grab and ethnic cleansing. The same way that Bibi Netanyahu saying this quote is monstrous in my opinion. The same way that Bibi Netanyahu has said, I do not recognize the West Bank. There will be no Palestinian state west of the Jordan River. Those territories are Judea and Samaria. We will take them eventually, and I will resist all international and domestic pressure in order to realize that is a dream. That's just ethnic cleansing. That is also easily comparable to the Lebensraum arguments of Nazi Germany. Stefan says, so when a country does ethnic cleansing, what is the reparation? Probably, ideally, a two-state solution where effectively, and by the way, I know that we're not politically capable of this. I know we are not politically capable of this, but I would literally tell Israel, hey, you're fucking up your own position. Let's say I'm dictator of America, I don't need Congress in order to act. I don't need international consensus in order to act. Okay? What I would unironically do is I would say, we're coming up with a power sharing agreement and a territory sharing agreement for Jerusalem. We're going to come up with borders that make sense based off of the current territories of the West Bank, Gaza, and southern Lebanon. We are going to create a Palestinian state. We are going to do a massive infrastructure investment for a Palestinian state. And we're going to have an international peacekeeping force led by the Americans who are going to enforce the two-state solution. And then I straight up would deploy a international peacekeeping force of Americans, obviously taking the lead because everybody else on the planet is a fucking pussy. Americans taking the lead, but also a international security force that involves Gulf state militaries and also European militaries. That's what I would do. Because I think it's the right thing to do. I understand the political will for this does not exist. I understand that we are going to watch, I'm just telling you straight up, we are going to watch Israel ethnically cleanse southern Lebanon, Gaza, and the West Bank over the next 100 years. That's what's going to happen. So, yeah. Stefan says that's cope, so you accept the ethnic cleansing in the land they have gotten from it? Yeah. Yeah. The political will does not exist in order to reverse the existence of the state of Israel. It doesn't exist. So, yeah. And Aaron correctly says that doesn't excuse mass rape and murder of civilians. Exactly. If you want to be a combatant and you want to fight other combatant forces and then you want to spare civilians as maximally as possible and then either use them as political prisoners for prisoner swaps and or return them to your enemies when you have an opportunity to do so, that's the moral way to conduct yourself. So, Stefan says thanks for accepting its cope. It is cope. But the same way that you motherfuckers are saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That's even worse cope. You know? I'm just telling you, militarily, geopolitically, diplomatically, there is no fucking way that there will be a Palestinian Muslim-led state in the Eastern Mediterranean. It's not going to happen. So, no offense, but you guys are fucking, you're fucked. You're fucked. Corey Peltzman says, people like you, and I know you're arguing with Chad, I'm going to move on momentarily, but you guys haven't proven the ethnic cleansing, blah, 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 blah. Dude, I would say annexing southern Lebanon and expelling all Shiite Muslims and then saying, hey, you can't come back, that to me is ethno-religious cleansing. So, you're making excuses for one rape and coping about the retaliation. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I am accurately describing reality as I see it. But anyways, if I keep yapping, we're going to take this 20-minute segment and we're going to turn it into 3 hours. I'm trying to make it 2 hours. So let's keep going.
I know this one's like a smear and is totally out of context, but I'm going to try it anyway. Oh my God. His point was that wouldn't justify a genocide. Even if there were rapes on October 7th, that doesn't then justify carpet bombing babies. That doesn't justify murdering untold numbers of civilians, shooting people who wave white flags, starving people to death, bombing World Central Kitchen workers and hospitals and schools, okay? That is the most banal observation I think I've ever heard. Like, who would say, oh, if a bad thing happens here, you're allowed to genocide them back? No, that's not a thing. That was his point. I don't know why, like, again, people, they clip chimp and clip farm and think like, oh, this is going to get him. It's not going to fucking get him. And again, all you have to do, and I'm not even kidding about this, watch one day of Hasan's stream, 2 at most, and you'll walk away going, oh, they've been lying about literally everything about this man the entire time. Like, they're just lying. They're just lying. I know what he believes. I've seen enough of him talk. I don't need you to take these out of fucking context clips and play the gotcha game, and you think that that's going to change my opinion on what I've seen with my own 2 fucking eyes.
That doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. I don't know what that means. He says Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel.
Literally, he's talking about math. How many people died on October 7th? Like, what, 2,000? And what's the minimum number they talk about now on how many are dead in Gaza? 70,000, 80,000? In reality, I think it's like at least 200,000, by the way, for the record. That's what I think it is, at least 200,000. But let's go with the low number of like 70,000. It's a mathematical reality that 70,000 innocent people being murdered by the Israeli government is a much higher number than about 2,000 being killed by Hamas on October 7th. That's the point. Are you now going to proceed to argue against math? Is that what you're going to do? Please try. Let me see how that works out for you.
This is something that I really resent about people who are unfamiliar with violence. Is so, if I, hypothetically, let's say hypothetically, okay? And I won't use me as an example. Let's use a random person as an example. So, if somebody gets into let's say somebody resents a political faction. Let's talk about the Norwegian guy. What's that guy's name? Anders Breivik. Was he Norwegian? I think he was Norwegian. So Anders Breivik believes that his country is being invaded by Middle Eastern and North African people, that the current government and the Democrats are complicit with the invasion and rape of his country. And so based off of a political motivation, he wants to engage in a violent action in order to hold the perpetrators of this slow genocide accountable through violence. And so what he does is, I vaguely remember the story, but he sets off pipe bombs in downtown Oslo. I think it injures and kills a few dozen people. Then he dresses up as a cop, goes to their version of the Democrats. He goes to a summer camp for political youth in that country, and they're on an island. And he goes to the island via a boat. He invites all of the Norwegian teenagers who are volunteering for the Democratic Party into a semicircle. He's pretending that he's a cop who's going to be briefing them on what happened in downtown Oslo. And then he pulls out a weapon and he massacres, I think, 200 people. I think he kills 200 people. Now, if you add that statistic up, that's 200 dead people. All right. Now, let's say that we believe that America and Norway are in the Western globo homo internationalist civic nationalist project, and therefore they are the inverse of Anders Breivik because the Western world is against violence. Or excuse me, they're civic nationalists. They will tolerate Middle Eastern and North African people, so they're not white nationalists the way that Anders Breivik is. So they're the inverse of Anders Breivik. And go along with me with my argument. Let's say the invasion of Iraq is a civic nationalist, globo homo liberal project. And so what happens in Iraq is over the course of a decade, 200,000 people get wiped out. But the way in which those people die, 80% of them are killed by militias, jihadist militias. And then the remaining 20%, there's a rules of engagement for a soldier. So a soldier or a Marine dresses in identifiable uniform, wears body armor, carries his weapon openly, drives in vehicles that are, visible and identifiable as military forces. And then when they get into gunfights, it's their job to engage whoever is engaging them with weapons. And then what happens is in those gunfights, when they're shooting at people, there are civilians in the background. And so a terrorist gets killed, or a jihadist or insurgent or whatever you want to call them gets killed. But then also 3 or 4 civilians die for every jihadist that gets killed. Through collateral damage, because the jihadist engages them, they fire back, they hit the civilians in the crossfire. Okay? Would we identify Anders Breivik as morally identical to the soldier or the Marine? And if your answer is yes, I think you're a fucking dipshit. I'm not going to lie. Putting on a uniform, wearing body armor, waiting for somebody to shoot at you first, and then shooting back at the person who's shooting at you, and then hitting people as a result of the dynamics of warfare, versus lining up 200 teenagers and shooting them in the fucking head, is clearly morally different. And yet, what Kyle Kulinski and Hasan Piker do, and his ilk do, is they flatten violence. They say the wars of aggression by the American military, because civilian casualties are foreseeable in war, the morality is identical to a terrorist attack. That's dumb as fuck. And I cannot articulate it any other fucking way. I could probably articulate it more briefly, but I can't articulate the dynamics any other way.
On Hezbollah, he said, overall, what's my favorite flag? Hezbollah. Look it up. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag. It's got an AK on it and a fucking hand holding it.
Tim Miller is laughing. Why? Because when you talk about something like this, it's literally just how a flag looks. That's a fucking joke, okay? And that's why Tim Miller is laughing. Again, what? Like, they're trying so fucking hard, and they're getting absolutely nothing. And by the way, don't take Hasan's word for it. There was an article that came out in The Telegraph, which they deleted because it got a little too close to the truth. And in that article, they spoke to Christians in Lebanon who were like, oh yeah, we got no problem with Hezbollah. They protect us from the psychotic Israelis. They thought we're going to go talk to the Christians in Lebanon, and they're all going to say Hezbollah's evil and wrong, and they're bad, and they're terrorists, and they're rapists, and they're this, and they're that. And they were like, oh no, they actually protect us from the Israelis, and they do Christmas celebrations, and they put up a Christmas tree, and they're all very nice to us. Like, again, like, I know that sort of the whole thing about being a right-winger is that you're a fucking idiot and you're incredibly ignorant about the world. But this is really something. You think you're in the Democratic tent and this is how you talk? You think you're in the Democratic tent? Please.
On Dan Crenshaw losing.
Sarah Longwell, please call me. I will be voting Democrat for the cause and effect of strangling the MAGA movement. I don't want to be in the same tent as Kyle. Okay? I don't want to be in a fucking tent where it smells like fucking patchouli and kratom and weed and fucking people's unwashed vaginas. Okay? I want to go to the fucking political tent where people take showers. So please, Sarah Longwell, call me.
An eye in Afghanistan. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? I also dislike Dan Crenshaw, but I would not say this. Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because of some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick?
All right, y'all. New Kyle rule. You're allowed to say whatever the fuck you want to say to joke about how evil Republican politicians are. There are literally no lines when joking about how evil Republican politicians are. And if you have a problem with it, there's this little thing called free speech that I'm going to introduce you to. And by the way, as you're about to see here, Tim Miller is laughing at this one as well.
Because of some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick. On Israel being full of inbreds.
This is supposed to make people not like him? This is supposed to make people not like him. Oh my God. This next one too, this is another sad attempt at a guy. You ready?
You are left with a country that is packed to the fucking gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid, Haredi population. On Russia's annexation
Okay, so he's talking about the ultra-Orthodox, right? This is another Kyle rule. Sorry if this one...
I'm gonna get some water, and since I yapped for, I don't know, 40 minutes for a 10-minute segment, I'm gonna go use the restroom and get some water. I'm just gonna let you guys have unmitigated Kyle Kulinski brain damage straight to the fucking frontal lobe. Okay? Enjoy! Enjoy.
Don't offend people out there. You are allowed to joke around about how stupid and evil every single fundamentalist religious group is. No, you're not going to push us into the corner. You're not allowed to say that. I will say whatever the fuck I want about fundamentalist Christians and fundamentalist Muslims and fundamentalist Jews. Fundamentalists are fucking weird, dog. They're weird. They're fucked up. They're strange. They dress funny. They smell. There's a whole lot of... All the fundamentalists of all the different religions are fucking creepy. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. I'm secular, bro. I'm secular. People can live however they want to live, but I'm allowed to have opinions about that. And I'm allowed to joke about that. And that's what Hasan was doing when he was calling them inbred. Okay? Like, again, I'm so sick of the fake outrage. I'm so fucking sick of it. Where we have a demented president, likely has Alzheimer's, who's this close to nuking an entire country of 90 million people. And we're supposed to talk about Hasan Piker's jokes and be outraged? I can't, bro.
Annexation of Crimea was absolutely a justifiable annexation. What do you call Crimea? I call it part of Russian territory, bitch. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation
Look, he's joking. Now, to be fair, he absolutely was incorrect with his prediction of what would happen. He thought that Russia was not going to invade Ukraine, which he was wrong, by the way. Pat myself on the back on that one. I kind of thought they were. I didn't understand why people were going out on a limb and saying, like, they're not going to invade. Well, then why are they doing the troop buildup on the border, right? So I think he was factually wrong about that. He would admit he was factually wrong about that. But this just sort of sounds like jokes. And I think at this...
I'm going to share with you guys something real quick because I want to reintegrate my liberal audience. I know with the Rhino project and with hating on Hasan Piker and hating on Kyle Kulinski, there might be a few people who are like, you don't like Kyle Kulinski? You don't like Kyle Kulinski? Kyle Kulinski's my favorite. He's my favorite liberal pundit. Even though I know for a fact he's a progressive, okay? So I just want to show you the original vision of the COG, which I still adhere to, okay? So, coalition of Democrats and Republicans, a.k.a. the Just Be Normal Party, a.k.a. the Grill Hottists, a.k.a. the COG, the community of Grill Hottists. This is the audience that I want to attract. Okay? I want liberals, because let's be real, most liberals are relatively sane, and their sympathies with progressives annoy the shit out of me, but that doesn't mean that we're not aligned in a free, like, American Republican project. And by Republican, I just mean representative democracy. I don't mean Republican Party. Okay? So, but there are crazy progressives who rub me the fucking absolute wrong way. Kyle Kulinski, being a sock dem progressive hybrid, is exactly not the guy that I want. Yeah, so he's not invited into the libtards. Yes. I feel like the right wing that I'm trying to attack should be right wing that I'm trying to attract should be conservatarians. They should be like conservatives with some libertarian leanings. But then the liberals, I want the libtards. I want like the chud liberals. I want the liberals who aren't pussies, right? So, if you're a progressive and you have some sane shit to say, I'll listen to you. You can be a part of the cog. I could love you. We could be friends. We could hold hands. And by the way, there are sane sock dems who are purely, it's an economic thing. It's not like a cultural war thing for why they're a social democrat. They're effectively liberals. They just prefer social democratic Scandinavian economics. And to be honest, liberal sock dems I don't have a problem with. I really don't. I wish I could draw a line from social democrats down to liberal and just say like, yeah, chud buds. Let's be chud buds. Absolutely. But sock dem down to liberal, I wish I could draw a line here and I could take like the liberal sock dems. They're too far to the left of me economically, but if they're liberal sock dems, we could be friends. Now, unfortunately, my true political peer group is a very small fraction of the right. So when I put Never Trump Republicans or neocons in this little like block of the right, please recognize that I understand that the actual dissident right that has infected the right wing pisses me the fuck off, that the MAGA right is a large part of the coalition, and therefore, and they're also useless idiots for Donald Trump and his kleptocratic fucking oligarchical maniacs. All right? And so bear in mind, I do understand that majority of MAGA is dumb as fuck. And then the contrarian right are effectively the people who are like Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, the podcast bros, who are like, yeah, I like gay people and weed and guns, but also like the left wing is bad. So, and Kamala has a cringe laugh. So I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, you know, kind of like the right wing that just doesn't want to be left wing because being left wing is kind of cringe. That's the contrarian right to me. It's your anti-social justice warriors. It's your podcast bros. It's your liberals who are now libertarian-ish, but the left wing rubs them wrong on a vibes-based level. That's what I'm talking about with the contrarian right. So anyways, I want to attract as many of these people as possible, and I want to build a coalition of people who identify as Democrats and identify as Republicans, but we form a coalition of the Just Be Normal caucus, aka the COG, the Community of Girl Hottest, aka us. Okay? So anyways, I know that by, just real quick, I know I'm being redundant, but by having Hasan Piker infiltrate the zeitgeist, where more sock dems identify with Hasan Piker, and then more progressives identify with Hasan Piker, it makes me very upsetty spaghetti. I have Hasan deranged syndrome. I have, Kyle Kulinski's talking about me. Okay? Whereas PF Young is on the far right, in my opinion, of the contrarian right, but the same way that I wanted to draw a line between social democrats and liberals in order to say that, you know, these are the people that I want in my tent. I think PF Young is on the far right of the contrarian right, but then he draws lines up into the dissident right in order to try to steal their ideas, but he absolutely stares into the abyss for way too fucking long. Okay? Woo! That's a spicy meatball.
At this point, Hasan, if you were to ask him, I think he would say, no, Ukraine has every right to defend themselves, and Ukraine, in this instance, are the victims, and Russia is the imperialist aggressor. I think he would admit this, because it's true, right? It's true. In this scenario, like Russia is Israel and Ukraine are the Palestinians. And so if you support fighting oppression, you would back the Ukrainians, right?
Black people care about the border. I don't give a fuck what black people care about. Black people care about this. Black people care about
this. Is like completely out of context. If my memory serves me right, he was going after black MAGA, being like, oh, I don't care what, because there's some black people who are hard right wingers. That's supposed to like stop me from opposing them. Like, fuck that. I don't care what these black people think of it. That's what he meant. And again, she's trying to frame it like he's racist against all black people. It's just, this is so try hard.
That, like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics work. And then I don't know if this is I don't know how to, I'm not going to rank these, but this one's a real doozy. Date rape is better if it happens to rich women. If you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire, wasp fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective.
I like how Tim Miller's just taking this all in.
Of course, a little bit better. Okay, Piker told off a listener who condemned the massacre on October 7th, a bloodthirsty, violent pig dog suck my dick. Okay, so that's the guy. That's the guy. I do not think any Democrat should look to include him in their coalition. And here's the thing. You mentioned my book at the top. I just wrote a whole book that is going to come out in September. It is 300 pages. It's called How to Eat an Elephant One Voter at a Time. It is 300 pages about how you build a winning coalition.
You gave Kamala bad advice. You are the last person we should listen to.
That recommends cozying up to people like Hasan Piker. I talk a lot about big tents. I talk a lot about pro-democracy coalition. But here's the thing. Hasan Piker doesn't actually belong in the pro-democracy coalition.
She's doing the takfir. You're not a real Democrat. When she came yesterday to this party.
Illiberal guy. He's a China, Russia sympathizer who hates women, hates Israel. Like, he's all the toxic things. And I think, and I was listening to you last night, and I was like my biggest problem with it.
I know, dude. Randy Chang says, I'm so attracted to this lady right now. Dude, I would marry Sarah Longwell and, you know, on personality alone. Swear to God. Sarah Longwell divorces her husband. She already has kids. Doesn't fucking matter. She says, hey, Connor, what's up? Let's go get some coffee. I'm like, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. On it.
Because I agree with you in some places. My biggest problem is I felt like you were soft selling who this guy is.
No, you're smearing him and you're lying about him. Now, finally, let's get to the heart of the matter here, the real truth of the situation. This is what Sarah Longwell really believes. Here we go.
But here's the thing about the cheering that I loved. Speaking of Stonewall, but also...
I should point out, this was just before the election, right before the election, okay?
So I think it's amazing when you get 75,000 presumably libs on the ellipse, and she's like, we're going to have the most lethal fighting force. And people are like, yeah.
So she loves it when Kamala sounds more like a warmonger than Trump. That's what she's describing here. So
I mean, unironically, that was one of the most base things that Kamala ever said. And Kamala, in reference to gun control, you know, she was turning me off. So her coming back and saying we want the most lethal military on the planet, I was like, let's go, Neocon Kamala. Neo Kamala, let's go. I understand that in reference to Israel-Palestine, which, by the way, I don't necessarily tie to having a lethal military, but I understand how Israel-Palestine people would. I do think that what turned off the progressive and Muslim and lefty coalition was probably more the lack of criticism around Israel more than the more lethal military comment. But I do understand how these things would like correlate. Like for a Venn diagram, if you ask the people who didn't show up because of Israel-Palestine and voted for Jill Stein or voted third party or whatever, if you ask them, they would probably say Israel-Palestine. But then if you ask them, like, should the United States work on having the most lethal military in the world, I think it would literally split 50-50. Because half of the people would say, yeah, like America should still kick ass militarily. And then the other half of the people would be like, no, we use our military imperial war machinery in order to keep the proletarian masses down on the ground outside of the imperial core. So I think it would actually like split 50-50. Somebody said, what about Mrs. Points? Well, hopefully this is with Mrs. Points' permission. You know, I'm not just gonna marry, you know, random women without Mrs. Points' permission. You know, she needs to sign off on any future wives, I think. At least tepidly sign off on any future wives. I don't, you know, I'm not going to marry somebody that Mrs. Points doesn't, you know, approve of on some level. Grassroots Pretend says something about the ladies' opinions have made me decide I'm actually an amazing stepfather. Me too. Yes. Daddy's in chat says, we need gun reform, but the Democrats always go overboard. Weirdly enough, guys, you said that I needed to work on the liberal gun content. I did. I don't know. I think it was last Saturday. Last Saturday, Ruth, the guy who dropped $50 in chat, Ruth, excuse me, and he lives local. We went out to my buddy's farm. We introduced him to all the concepts like firearm safety rules, sight picture, sight alignment, bolt action, semi-automatics, pistols versus rifles versus shotguns, pump guns, semi-autos, how to operate them relatively safely. Luckily, nobody got shot. So that's good news. I'll just cop to this right now, okay? And this is probably getting cut out of the segment because it's not related at all. We had a 1917 semi-auto shotgun, and it was actually dangerous. 1917 semi-auto shotgun that you load with the barrel. Hold on, let me take a look at this. Based on the description of the semi-automatic shotgun from the 1910s that you load with the barrel by pushing the barrel back against a solid object, it's likely the Winchester 1911 self-loading shotgun. Winchester 1911 self-loading shotgun. So my buddy had this. And so what I did without ear protection, which was very stupid, and the gun was pointed in a safe direction, so nobody was hurt, nobody was injured, but we didn't know how to load this gun properly. And so what you actually do is you grip the barrel. You actually load the magazine tube. You grip the barrel. You push it down. And then somehow it's supposed to like cycle the round into it. But so I had a shotgun round in the chamber, and I fucking I racked it, and the bolt was stuck to the rear, and I didn't have my ear pro in. It was actually kind of crazy. And so I sent the bolt home. The gun was pointed in a safe direction, but the gun went off without my fucking ear pro. Holy shit. Talk about tinnitus. Dude, you want to fucking speed run getting tinnitus? Have a 12 gauge go off fucking 2 feet away from your fucking face without ear pro. God damn. So, anyways, once again, we were treating the weapon as if it were loaded, because I literally loaded it. We never pointed at anything we don't intend to shoot, which I did, luckily. Didn't hurt anybody. Very good. It was pointed downrange. Nobody got hurt. I did not put my finger on the trigger, so I kept my finger straightened off the trigger until I was ready to fire, and then I knew what was in front of my target and behind it. So luckily nobody was injured. But obviously, in reference to sending the bolt home on a weapon that's 100 years old, and it going off in a way that you don't want it to go off, that's obviously alarming. So my apologies to Ruth, actually, if he's still listening.
It stands to logical deduction. She would hate it if Kamala was out there like, I'm anti-war. We're not going to go to war with Iran, right? We're not going to, keep arming and funding Israel as they do a genocide. I'm against war. She would not like that. She's not done, though. Tell us more.
It's lethal fighting force. And people are like, yeah. And she's like, and we're going to secure the border. And people are like, yeah.
So defeating MAGA by doing MAGA. Defeating MAGA by taking...
By implication, he's saying liberals can't support a strong American military or a secure border. How fucking stupid is that? American polling on having a strong border. American public opinion largely supports enhanced border security measures, including blah, 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 with a 2024 Gallup poll showing 76% favored hiring more agents, 53% supported wall construction, While there is a desire for security, polling also reveals that there is a desire for a balanced approach, with many favoring legal pathways for immigrants alongside law enforcement. So literally 75% of Americans want a more secure border, and this fucking dipshit is saying you can't be a Democrat and support a secure border. American polling support for the U.S. military in general. American public support for the U.S. military remains generally positive, with around 64%, 60 to 64% of America viewing the military positively and supporting its status as a top global power. However, confidence is at its lowest level since the 1990s, influenced by partisan divides and concerns over military efficiency, such as the Afghan withdrawal. So 76% of Americans want a secure border. 60 to 65% of Americans support a strong military, but you can't be a fucking Democrat and support a strong border or a lethal military, apparently. Fats Kiss says, I'm so sick of you dumb fucks. Why? That's your first time talking in chat. I love these fucking losers, man. I love these losers that like pop in and they're like, I'm so sick of you. I'm unsubscribing. Literally first time they've ever chatted in their entire life. Literally first live stream chat ever. If you like a different creator on Valor Media Network, go watch that creator. So it's actually really easy. Kingslayer Damocles for 5 says, talk about gun control. Virginia is passing an assault weapons ban where assault weapons are defined as centerfire rifle pistols that can take magazines. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that, fuck that, fuck that. Fuck that. All right. Anyways, I don't have anything positive to say about that, so I'm going to move on.
Taking their policies and doing them, but like do them more liberally.
We are going to be leaders in the world, and we're not going to let these guys push us around. And I was like, man, the world's really changed.
Did the neocons just take over the Democratic Party?
Don't say that.
Yeah, don't say it.
Did the neocons just take over the Democratic Party? Ha 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 ha. Don't say that. You're putting a little too much truth out there about how we want the Democratic Party to be. How we want them to be. Diet MAGA. That's what this is. Diet fucking MAGA. In the same way, it's diet neoconservatism from the George W. Bush era. Okay? So you want the Democrats to be more right-wing. That's what you want.
Look, man.
True. I'll say it with my whole chest. Dude, I would kill for the Democratic Party to lose the leftist loser fucking coalition of socialists and communists and be popular enough to win general elections with neoconservatives as the right wing of the Democratic Party. I would kill for that. Dude, I would love a Bill Clinton pro-gun Democratic Party. I would fucking love that. But you're sweeping for Hasan Piker, and Hasan Piker seizing more of the Democratic zeitgeist makes me get the ick. I have the ick from Hasan Piker getting more of a foothold in the national zeitgeist.
She's leaning into, I'm going mainstream. And, whenever she does, there's a couple, price gouging or whatever. I'm like, boo. But like.
So one of the best parts of Kamala's campaign, when she was up 6 points and she was talking about how she's going to ban price gouging for groceries, she was booing that. Pro-war and pro-price gouging. And she's the one who's going to police the borders of the Democratic coalition. Are you fucking kidding? Have you no fucking shame? So as...
I do have shame. I have sufficient shame to understand that I am the new person to the Democratic. I am the new person to anybody who votes Democratic. So I'm not going to come back out and say, no, progressives and leftists and BLM and all those people, they can't be a part of the Democratic Party. I obviously know that that's a large part of the constituency. So a neocon policing progressives out of the Democratic Party is very silly. I think it's very silly. So I have sufficient shame to not try to do that. But I will articulate my aspirational desires for the kind of politics that I want to see in the world. So, very, very, very rude, Kyle. Very rude.
As Ryan Grimm points out, quote, whenever Kamala Harris does something like price gouging, I'm like, boo, but also whatever. Sarah Longwell, former Republican political operative, boasting that her faction has made Democrats more hawkish, and the cost of that is to once in a while have to hear something they don't like about corporate price gouging. It is one thing to be pro-price gouging because you are a corporate lobbyist. I understand that. But to try to pitch it as something that makes Democrats more electable is comical. Ladies and gentlemen, this woman is a fucking idiot. You know what happens when Democratic politicians listen to Hasan Piker? Zoran Mamdani happens. That's why, Kyle, that's only in fucking New York and that can't happen anywhere else. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. All right. So Leah Greenberg, who is one of the co-founders of the organization behind the No Kings protest, she says, personally, I am team hashtag Big Tent, but if we're going to start kicking people out of the party on brand/moral grounds, I would like to nominate, number one, the foreign policy team behind the Gaza genocide, and number two, every Dem former elected/staffer who takes a cushy job with an overtly evil company. That includes fucking Kalshi, that includes AI companies, that includes crypto companies, that includes Wall Street, that includes big oil, okay? So here's what she's saying. Oh, are we really going to police these, the boundaries and the borders of the Democratic coalition? Well, let's start with the pro-genocide motherfuckers. Let's start with that, okay? And let's start with the corrupt sellouts who take big money from the Epstein class. And she's exactly fucking right. That's who gets kicked the fuck out of the coalition. The people who are diet MAGA Democrats because they just genuinely agree with the right. I'm sorry, but if you're not on the left, you're not with us. We need to have some defining principles and defining policies on what it means to be in this coalition. And from my perspective, you need to be center-left, liberal, leftist, independent, or apolitical. Like, that's it. If you're right of center, sorry, not interested. And the fact of the matter is there are way more of us than there are of them. There are way more people who fit into the coalition I just described than fit into MAGA or any kind of right-wing coalition. And then finally, here's Ro Khanna.
He's descriptively cooking there. I'll be okay with that. If a Democrat says, hey, Connor, why would I trade 3 80 IQ progressives for one 132 IQ neocon? I'd be like, yeah, it's a bad deal. I agree with you. Descriptively, it's a bad deal. You should have 3 80 IQ progressives whose total analysis of geopolitics and history is America bad, who will vote Democratic no matter what, who you can espouse the most dumb fuck economic policies to, and they'll never question you. I agree with you. It's a bad deal to trade a representative Democratic, aka Republican, technocrat, liberal hawk for 3 progressives. The electoral math just doesn't work. So, once again, I think Kyle's a douche. I think he doesn't know shit about history. I am unsurprised that Doobie likes Hasan Piker and likes Kyle Kulinski, but I am truly wondering if Doobie is a performance artist who comes into my chat in order to trigger the fuck out of me. I'm actually really wondering if Doobie is a long-term performance artist. Anyways, back to it.
And he's asked about this, and I think he does a pretty good job sort of putting into perspective how stupid this entire conversation is. Here we go.
You have made several appearances on a show hosted by socialist commentator Hasan Piker. Some of your fellow Democrats, though, have raised alarms about his views. Here are 2 members of a left-leaning think tank. This is how they put it. They wrote, quote, no left-wing agitator is more influential and extreme than Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. He's referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles, bloodthirsty, violent pig dog against an anti-Hamas viewer of his stream, compared liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, and said...
This is so dishonest how they're framing it.
Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state. Now, Hasan Piker,
again, mathematically speaking, yes, the death numbers, but okay, let's just fucking smear him. Anyway, let's listen to his response.
says some of his comments have been taken out of context, but he largely stands by them. Do you have any regrets about appearing on his show?
I am super curious about how Ro Khanna is going to handle this question, and it's actually going to change my evaluation of him. If he just says, he's influential with kids, he has a large audience, there's tens of thousands of live viewers, hundreds of thousands of post-recorded views, I want to reach out to those people. I want to bring them into my political coalition. I obviously disagree and disavow with some of the more extreme things that he says, but I do think that alternative media is a part of the political landscape. Therefore, I'm going to continue to engage with the alternative media and controversial figures. Then I would be like, okay. But if he's like, let's break this down real quick, then I'm going to be like, hiding your power level, Rokana. Rokana hiding the power level. We'll see. Doobie for 10 says, I have 3 sisters. I wish Kyle, Ryan, and Hasan would each marry one of them. Dude, I actually, once again, that super chat is performance art. So I do think you're trying to hurt me psychically. All right, let's see what Mr. Kana has to say, though.
None, and I would go again. But I, of course, condemn those comments. I mean, I've described Hamas as a terrorist state, and we need to unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism. But Hasan Piker was at the DNC in 2024, covering Vice President Harris. What should the standard of the Democrats be? Should we not go on Theo Vaughn? Should we not go on Sean Ryan? Should we not go on Joe Rogan? Should we just have these purity tests of canceling folks? The lesson of the last election is we've got to be out there. We've got to engage. It's a complex, messy, multiracial democracy. I will defend my views, but the people who are saying don't engage will cost us future elections.
I don't even want to hear Kyle agree with me because it will upset me that he's agreeing with me, but sorry. I was just going to say there's nothing wrong with what he just said. Him saying, nope, we got to go talk to the podcast bros. We have to talk to people with unsavory reputations. We have to talk to people with big audiences. We got to be out there throwing elbows. I'll defend my personal views. I'm not going to defend his views. There was nothing wrong with that statement, and I think that's the future of politics. I think the gatekeeping is still going to serve a social function, which is effectively like, if I'm going to go to somebody in order to develop like a geopolitical or historical opinion, I will probably go to a mainstream news source who recruits and employs historians and political commentators and lobbyists and politicians who have been in DC for 2 or 3 decades. But I'm going to expect them to have a pro-institutional bias. And I will trust them to have a pro-institutional bias while also conveying the more academic-focused answer to complex political problems. And then I will also treat the alternative media as what it is. The wild fucking West. Any douchebag with a fucking microphone, including yours truly, can fire up a webcam and a microphone and start yapping about geopolitical issues. And if they're charismatic or intelligent or rhetorically gifted enough, they will develop a following, even if they're total, absolute fucking dipsticks. So don't trust people. I would actually say this. Don't trust people. Trust people to be who they are. I will trust a DC insider, institutionally captured professional to be what they are. I will trust a dipshit alt media pundit to be what they are.
You handled that well. I mean, look, if I was sitting in the chair, I would have taken head on a lot of the lies and smears that were directed at Hasan about how they're just flat out lying about this guy and his beliefs. But I understand that as a politician, he's in a slightly different situation. But I think he handled that well to say, it was 7 minutes ago that all you idiots were saying we're going to go on all the podcasts, we're going to talk to all the people, we're going to try to win over everybody. Now all of a sudden, you're shunning the left flank. So apparently, the outreach to expand the tent only cut to the right. Which meant what? All you idiots are just trying to make the party more right-wing, which has been the fucking problem all along. The further left you go, the more you'll win. And the more you'll actually stand for something from a moral perspective and an ethical perspective, right? The more you'll actually be good people. And by the way, the further left you go, the harder you oppose MAGA. So I'm tired of the diet MAGA bullshit. I'm tired of the Hasan Derangement syndrome. And I need everybody to wake up and realize what's going on here.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
He's talking about me for real, for real. He's talking about me. That's going to be the end of the segment. The end of the segment of me yapping about Kyle Kulinski and his historical ignorance is going to be me saying he's talking about me for real, for real. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm talking to Ryan Mulally tomorrow. He's saying that Justice Thomas literally adopted one of Ryan Mulally's arguments. That's interesting. Ah, fuck. So cool. Yeah. So how do I decompress from that segment? I think that Kyle reminds me a lot of my stoner friends when I was in high school. I think he reminds me a lot of my America Bad progressive stoner friends from when I was in high school. I think that if Kyle and I lived in the same city and we enjoyed debating politics, he's the kind of person that I would go to a bar with, slam, half a dozen beers over the course of like 3 or 4 hours and yell about politics with. He's also the kind of guy where if he had a podcast where the chairs were made out of beanie bags and, smoke a joint and then yell at each other about politics, I would also do that. However, I also think that his sweeping for Hasan Piker is dumb as fuck. I think that his understanding of history is dumb as fuck. I think his geopolitical analysis is dumb as fuck. I think his military analysis is dumb as fuck. And so as a result, I'm not just going to say, I don't have any personal relationship with him. So I'm not going to pretend that like, oh, Kyle, you're so insightful. I've never thought about it that way before, Kyle. Like, no, this is going to be mean, but that's Pisco's job. Pisco's job is to hear Kyle Kulinski and Crystal Ball say some of the dumbest shit ever uttered in fucking politics and pretend it's not dumb as fuck and then present, his substantially more thought out position so that it can get to a broader audience. That's Pisco's job. I don't know this motherfucker. I don't know Crystal Ball. I don't need to be nice. I don't expect to get invited anytime soon. And even if I do, I don't want to misrepresent my position. My position is Kyle seems like a fun guy to get a six-pack with, smoke a joint, and argue about politics with, but his actual analysis sucks fucking asshole. And that's my take. That's my take. With my wife's consent, I would join Kyle Kulinski and Crystal Ball for a throuple, but I would not go to either one of them for political analysis, okay? That's my spicy take of the day. With my wife's consent. Newman X for 10 says, Kyle is revising and acting like he and the people like him aren't responsible for the worst of potential outcomes and they advocate for ignoring the sender. You can't please these people. Fuck them. That's another, that's another, like, thing that I think you could attack Kyle on, is that, didn't he say vote for Jill Stein, right? Didn't he just endlessly shit talk the Democrats leading up to 24? Wouldn't you say that his political coverage was effectively a net negative for Democratic voter turnout? So. Connor isn't going to be invited to the liberal progressive dinner parties. I know. So. No. Pisco, I think routinely talks to Crystal Ball and
like and subscribe. It helps out big time.
And Kyle Kulinski. Kyle Kulinski and Crystal Ball. Pisco. I think they've had him on half a dozen times. I don't know why it's not posting. Lawyer? I don't know where it is. I don't know why it's not popping in the search engine optimization, but there are, I remember half a dozen, maybe it's only 2 or 3, but I remember 2 or 3 times that Pisco has been on with Kyle and Crystal. So it's in here somewhere. I understand it's not hitting the SEO right, but Pisco's in here somewhere. I promise you. It's my favorite dating show because the people are constantly trying to screw each other over. Whoa, which one? This isn't surprising, but I watched Love on the Spectrum. Wild. Okay. What was the... I kind of wanted... There was something else that was kind of popping. So there was obviously like the Hasan Piker content, but I'm done with Hasan. I cannot take that much psychic damage in a single day. I can't. I don't even know if I can consume Hasan tent myself. I think I can consume like clips of Hasan. I don't think I can consume Hasan myself. I am so infuriated by his anti-American tanky sweeping bullshit that I can't, I cannot do it. I have to find somebody who either is sweeping for Hasan or like that speech, right? That pre-programmed speech by Hasan, I could consume that because it was shorter. Right? It was all of Hasan's thoughts condensed into a 20-minute segment. I could do that. I could not do just like listening to dead air of Hasan half-ass watching CNN. I would probably fucking Sudoku. I would probably Sudoku myself. What's something fun we could watch? What did I put in the title? I don't even remember what I put in the title. I think I put Kyle Kulinski, Hasan, fucking whatever. What did I put in my save to watch later? I feel like I did do... I added something to my watch later that I wanted. Watch later. No, not that one. Damn. What else is popping, chat? What else is popping? It's 1 p.m. So... I could click on this Yale thing for Hasan because it's him reviewing his own debate or whatever, but I'm telling you, I hate this motherfucker so much. I would actually have heartburn and I would actually have like heart palpitations by the end of the segment. So I don't know if that's worth it. So let me pull up Destiny, the streamer. See if he did anything interesting in the past 72 hours. We have him covering the same content. The U.S. leaving NATO, which is bullshit, by the way. It could happen, but I bet dollars to donuts he'll get talked out of it. We got Sakuno, who's a internet VTubing rapist. A Trump idiot getting convinced. And then we got Ukraine. So I think we're okay on that. Let's take a look at Hutchinson. Hutchinson sometimes has some primo fucking... He's got some primo brain damage for me. So, videos. Hasan, he's lying. I can't stand this narrative. Could be interesting. So, I can't stand this narrative. And we got Hutch having a heart attack. We got Soy Pill looking sideways. We got Pisco angry. We got Sagar and Jetty and some fucking chick and Crystal Ball yapping about something. I could do that. Have you seen the CNN segment on support for Israel? No, but Doobie, if you just want to tell me that like support for Israel with people under the age of 30 has like dropped under fucking 40%. And in the Democratic Party... 65% of Democrats no longer support Israel and actually support the state of Palestine. And then blah, 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 blah. Fellrunner says, hello, am I nothing to you? No, I just don't look at my Discord. God, you're so personal. Let me find the Discord real quick. I think Fellrunner shared a trailer for the Conduit trailer. So Conduit, friend of the channel. Conduit is a video essayist. I think he's most famous for doing the I watched, 1 week of this creator. And that's what he's most famous for. But he had a trailer that he wanted us to watch to promo a little bit. So let's take a look at that real quick. Boop, 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 boop.
Parlay people's fright and their ignorance into hatred and into racial conflict.
No, I'm not. Why is it in our interest to import Afghans into this country?
Well, because we believe that this country is headed toward depression. And this is basically how people can secure their homes.
Unless the government starts denaturalizing and deporting a lot more of these foreigners, a lot more. And it may never happen. We have to do exactly what they did in Michigan and Virginia. We have to be ready to defend ourselves.
I don't think there's a human being on this earth or in this state who hasn't been at some time intolerant
in their life.
You can believe or engage in or repeat negative stereotypes and not be racist. You might just happen to think. So, for example,
He still seems to be for racial discrimination. Only now it's against whites instead of blacks.
in fact, the only real systemic racism you find anymore is the kind that's targeted at white people and also Asians. We are drowning in people who run around saying things that they don't actually believe.
But the difference now, as I see it, is that the violence is no longer directed against black people per se. It's directed against our values and our consciences.
You can't convince somebody of something. You can't dissuade them from a point of view that they don't actually hold.
All right, so that's some Conduit trailer. What did you want? Give me a second. Let me pull it up. 90 minutes? Question mark. Sorry, there's an important friend texting me, and it could be important, so I might need to take it. So, or is now important? Question mark. Are you crashing out? Question mark. All right, I'm just going to ask my friend if they're crashing out. And if they are crashing out, I'm going to call them because it is actually like an important thing. If they say no, I can wait an hour and a half, then I'm not going to do it. Do lightsaber techniques to close this out. Which people? Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know which people? Important people. Yeah. Important people. The Yale speech. Oh, yeah. Somebody said, I think it was Rune. Rune was like, yeah, I listened to the Hasan speech yesterday and I thought about driving off the fucking road. Yeah, that's me. You just like me, for real, for real. Connor, the Yale speech I posted in Discord might restore your faith in humanity, but it's an hour long, so probably won't work for stream today. Conservative speaker well received at Yale. All right, they're texting me, so let's see if they're crashing out. If they're crashing out, I'm just going to dip. If they're not crashing out, then I'm going to... 90 minutes is fine. Okay, they're not crashing out. Okay, cool. I'll call you literally the minute after I end stream. 07. Okay, cool. So, all right, we're still here. We're still here for 90 minutes. Nobody go anywhere. If you go anywhere, you're a fucking traitor, and I'm going to fucking smash your balls with a ball-ping hammer. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to smash your balls. Unless you're into it, at which point I won't smash your balls. Oh, Ryan Getty.
The 2028 election.
Not only is it 30 minutes, I love Numenax. I'm going to smash your balls with a ball-ping hammer. So hold up. So should I love Ryan Getty. I like his smash me. I'm into it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Numenax, I'm not going to smash you. Because you want me to smash you, I'm not going to smash you now. Listen, I love Ryan Getty. He's a smart guy. He does good video essays. He's astute. He's a liberal. He's insightful. He's talking about the upcoming election. It's not as sexy. We could truly, like, we could talk about the people that, yeah, no, don't smash my balls, no. He's talking about something that's relevant and recent. Let me just check Conduit real quick. Because we really just need something that's mildly entertaining to see us out. So I'm going to put it this way. Let me pull up Conduit and let me put up Hutch. So for we could, I think that Asmongold should be a lolcow. I understand lolcow is so hard to milk because he's such a dipshit that consuming him is psychically painful, but realistically, we probably eventually should milk Asmongold. Oh, I put red pill shit. God damn it. Where did I save that profile? Let me find the title. Hold on. There was something super funny. There was a super funny anti-red pill video that I want to present to you as an option for how we're going to get through today. So give me a second. Where is it? Not those. Yes. More alpha male cringe by the Ginger KB. Okay. So I'm going to limit the options real quick. More alpha male cringe, the Ginger KB. I'm going to play you like 2 minutes of this.
One of my biggest dreams in life.
Because I think this is funny as fuck. And basically, I want to present you some options.
Life is putting a shitload of babies on a private jet with my boys, and they're crawling around the private jet. My kid's like crawling through Andrew's legs, and he's smoking a cigar, and I'm holding T's baby. Person giving us KFC, drinking whiskey.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a bit of a weird dream, actually, isn't it? I mean, if you think about it, you know, actually, even if you just think about it for a second, really, you begin to realize.
Just imagine a bunch of babies on a plane, though, you know? I can't stop thinking about it.
Right, and then what happens?
That's it. It's just
So, it's a ginger guy who I've never watched before, but I actually love his riz. And he's basically just like breaking down like alpha male cringe via clips. I would 100% watch this shit. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to subscribe right now. So, we got alpha male cringe breakdown. We got Ryan Getty political breakdown, even though Doobie says that he's boring and he doesn't like Ryan Getty because he's boring. And then we got Hutch freaking out on Soy Pill and Pisco. Now, I feel like the cog wheelhouse is Hutch freaking out on Soy Pill and frickin' I feel like that's the safe bet. Okay. I feel like the alpha male cringe is moving into a little bit more of something that's more like right-wing kind of coded shit. And then I actually understand Doobie's objection that Ryan Getty can be dry. So can we have Getty, Alpha, Hutch vote? Getty, Alpha, Hutch. Chat. Pop off. And basically I'm going to go with realistically what I want. But, you know, I'll pray. We got 2 Hutches. We got Soy versus Loner. I could add that to my docket for sure. I mean, if we only get 2 votes, I'm just watching Hutch. 1, 2, 3, 4. I know there's like a stream lag, but Hutch, 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 Hutch. Okay, looks like Hutch. Okay, no problem. We do Hutch. 1 Alpha. We got 1 Alpha. We got 1 Getty. And we got like 5 Hutches. So I'm going to do Hutch. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I know this is very predictable that we would do a Hutch segment. But there's a reason why I like Hutch. So we're just going to do Hutch. All right. Let's do an intro. Let's get cracking. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. And we got some special psychic damage going in for you. We got Hutch. Our liberal boy, our liberal boy who likes to fight progressives. We have I can't stand this narrative debate. We got Dylan Burns here, so this could be related to Ukraine. It could be related to Israel. It could be related to all sorts of crap. So we're just going to let them introduce us to the topic and take it from there. Hutchinson, what do you have for us?
Hutch, what I was going to say about Slotkin is, I mean, regardless of what you think of her politics, watching her under fire on breaking points, like, I thought that was a very dismal performance from her, like, and...
Bro, I think this is a Rorschach test. I think you should watch it again and just be open to a different interpretation, because I actually rewatched that. Some of the questions that they were asking her, I'm sorry, were fucking ridiculous. This gotcha question that Crystal asked, where she said, oh, you support, you know, providing Iron Dome to Israel? Why wouldn't you also support giving it to Iran and Russia to help protect their civilians? As if...
Oh... I love me some Iron Dome. Let's go.
There's not like 5 immediate non-starters for why we would never give Iran and Russia, the Iron Dome.
But you're attacking.
Is the question unfair? Wait, is the question unfair, or do you just disagree with?
The question is
with her
ridiculous.
answer. Wait, in virtue of what is it ridiculous?
You tell me, Pisco. Can you think of any reason why we wouldn't give Iran and Russia the Iron Dome?
100%. But are you just saying that the question is unfair because it's obvious what the answer is, and so you shouldn't ask?
I said it's a silly question. It's a really, really, really profoundly silly
question. I think
question.
the way she answered this silly question was not nearly so optically good as she could have.
Slotkin.
Okay. I'll bite. Why? Maybe chat could pop off with your own theories, but it would actually take a while to type, so I'll just pop off with my own theory. The Iron Dome is an anti-ballistic missile system, anti-mortar system, anti-rocket system. And we have a variety of ways that we could do this. We have, I'm going to show you this real quick.
Did bad on.
So Iron Dome missile interceptors. Iron Dome missile interceptors. And let's take a look at some images. And then we have the Sea-Wiz minigun. And so what these technologies are, which, by the way, if you haven't watched the TV show The Expanse, I'm just going to tell you this next segment is going to be ADD as fuck, but it's also going to be very fun. In The Expanse, the science fiction show, they don't have gravity, so they use thrust for artificial gravity. Amazing. I think it's so cool. I think it completely changes the nature of engagements in space to have artificial gravity not a thing in a ship. And then also they have something called PDCs, which are point defense cannons, which are effectively Sea-Wizes. And what Sea-Wiz is, I think they're called like close-in weapon systems. And what they have is a radar hooked up to a minigun. So it tracks incoming rockets, mortars, missiles, and it shoots minigun rounds at them in order to knock them out. And what's so cool about The Expanse is that spaceships, whether small or large, if they have any military capacity whatsoever, PDCs, point defense cannons, are 40 millimeter Sea-Wizes, and they use them defensively and offensively, which is so fucking sick. They actually use these in order to blow up incoming missiles, and then they get close to their enemy, and then they unleash a broadside of full 40 millimeter minigun cannon shells into their enemy ships. It's so fucking sick. I've never been so excited about space warfare as I am with Sea-Wizes in space. But I should move on from The Expanse point. The Iron Dome is an advanced missile system similar to the American Patriot system, and Israel gets mortared and rocketed and missiled routinely. And so as a result, they use a missile to hit an incoming missile. And so it's a purely defensive technology. To my knowledge, the Iron Dome cannot be used defensively. It can only be used to take out incoming missiles. And so the moral argument from Pisco and from Soypill is, well, if we gave interceptor technology to Russia or Iran, then we're not really arming our enemies because we're providing them a purely defensive technology that allows them to safeguard the lives of their citizens. The reason why that's stupid as fuck is because military effort, war, is diplomacy by other means. And so when you provide your enemy an advantage, even if that advantage is purely defensive, you give them increased capacity in order to focus on offense. And so what you're doing is you're increasing the amount of fucking people on your team who are going to get killed. And so this question is flatly fucking stupid on its face to anybody over the age of 22 who is passingly familiar with diplomacy and warfare. So the fact that Pisco would even try to steelman it is silly. It's a very, very... I understand Soypill has some fucking dumbass takes every now and then, but the fact that Pisco would try to fucking steelman it is very silly goose hours.
On breaking points, depends on your perspective. I thought that was pathetic. I thought Crystal looked bad in that conversation. Frankly, I thought that was so pathetic. But if you're in that space and you like those creators and you're kind of, you know, you're in that movement or whatever, then you're gonna watch that and be like, oh my god, she was so owned. Her answers were pathetic. Here's my issue, Desda. She brought up something that was just like such an obvious practical consideration. I can even pull the clip up. She was asked a question, she gave an answer, and I remember so vividly, they didn't even address her answer. They didn't even address it. Crystal, first of all, Crystal like ambushes her in the last few minutes of the debate, or I guess interview, I guess you can call that. Basically says like, how can you sleep at night? It was such a gotcha moment. Like she was farming the TikTok clips, obviously farming.
Yeah, I'm not saying Soy Pill is a bad guy. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I like Soy Pill. I would hang out with Soy Pill IRL. I just think that he is a part, unfortunately for me, of the bridge between the liberals and the progressives. I don't think he's as leftist as Hasan Piker, but I kind of think that he's a useful idiot for Hasan Piker. So it's not anything personal. I just don't like some of his takes. Doobie says, you're missing the point of the question. Why not just watch the part where she asked the question? Well, we're going to. That's what we're doing, Doobie. Are you a few minutes behind? So that's what we're doing now. That's the content.
As a member of the House to sanction the ICC for indicting Benjamin Netanyahu, who you just admitted is a war criminal, you know, by your own words. So are you going to join Senator Angus King, Senator...
First of all, I just want you to watch the way that she composes herself. Very alpha. I'm just saying. Very alpha. Like strong posture, maintains eye contact. Like she's scrappy. Like some people you can just tell. And just like look at her. I think like people like her like to fight. People like Kamala, she likes to fight. People like Newsom, they like to fight. These are people that tend to do better in politics because a lot of politics is about like the fight, right? So it attracts a certain type of personality. I don't love contentious conversations. I don't like the sensation of feeling angry or agitated. I like it when I'm calmer. I don't like that experience. Some people like that experience.
Are you going to join Senator Angus King, Senator Bernie Sanders in saying no more aid to this country that is committing war crimes against innocent civilians?
I think the first thing, if you're asking about what to do with power, and I would offer that right now Democrats own nothing in Washington. So
don't play powerless with me. You're a United States senator. There are things you can do.
They're the party that is out of power. What do you mean there's things you can do to force what outcomes? Like you're very limited. Literally like one of the only things you can do. There's like blue slip stuff in the Senate to like block judges or whatever. But really one of the only things that you can do is what the Democrats are doing right now with the partial shutdown over ICE funding and DHS funding. That's like because they need to go to Democrats to get like the budgets need to be passed with bipartisan support. You need 60 votes to pass the budgets. And so in those moments, you can force shutdowns and you can force negotiations. You can't force the other side to make concessions. You can't force Republicans to go along with everything that you want. If they say no, then they say no, and that's it, right? Like, you know, like don't play that game with me. You're a senator. You have power. We're the minority party. Like, what power do you think we have right now? Terrible tissue with 120 months. Appreciate it. And this stuff feeds into Green Lantern shit. It just drives me insane, man. But this is this is beyond the Green Lantern. The whole thing with Green Lantern is like when you're president, you can do anything. But apparently this logic applies to the minority party. When you're the party that is out of power, you can like you still can, I guess, like do anything you want. Filibuster.
Okay, I'm gonna steel man Crystal. God damn it. Okay. I'm gonna put it this way. I understand the electoral arguments. Everything that Hutch said, I understand it fully. Trust me. Don't argue with me. I understand what Hutch said. I can feel it in my fucking bones. There are limited things that you can do. But when you are a politician, I have substantially less power than a congressman. I have substantially less power than a senator. A senator is somebody who has won the confidence of at least the majority of their state in order to do something. So, for me, if I was a senator and there was a moral issue ongoing that was one of the most important issues, I would argue that regardless of how you feel about Israel-Palestine, regardless of whether or not you're like a Zionist or a tepid Zionist or a two-stater or a pro-Pally person, you have the capacity to not only draw attention to the issue, you have the ability to fundraise, you have the ability to reach out to people, you have the ability to leverage, your connections with people on the other side. Hey, I'm Senator Slotkin from wherever the fuck state she is, and she can say, hey, I want to meet the Republican senator from, Texas who sits on the Security Council or whatever for like a 1-hour meeting in order to discuss my concerns with our aid package to Israel. Now, is it going to accomplish anything? Probably fucking not. But you're not powerless the same way that a voter is powerless. So, I understand everything, trust me, everything that Hutch has said. However, there are different kinds of ways to wield power and influence besides electoralism. And being a successful electoral figure is still something that could be leveraged into other avenues of power. Doobie says, it's hilarious to me that when Republicans are out of power, they can still clog up the works for the points to compromise need to be made, but the Dems pretend to be helpless whenever it's convenient. Well, and to be fair to Hutch, I do think that Hutch did say that the Democrats are actively doing that in reference to like ICE and defunding the government. So I don't want to strawman Hutch either, but I don't feel like that's a totally unfair ask to have a United States senator to wield power and influence in a moment of moral crisis in the United States. So, anyways, I'll shut up now.
Then filibuster again, then block all judges. The Democrats have filibustered, and the threat of the filibuster has already stopped. They're already doing this. And you can't block the judges because they use the nuclear option to pass judges now. That standard changed in, when was it? 2010, 2011, 2012? I don't remember when it was. They pass judges now with a simple majority. So you actually can't block judges when you're in the minority.
In terms of who runs our foreign policy, I just think it's interesting, right? That there was a ton of protests when Democrats were in charge.
There was a protest in Manhattan yesterday.
Okay. I think it's fair to say, just to be honest, that back and forth, like the number of protests that go on now versus before.
Well, they were part of your political coalition.
Well, not so much.
That's
I mean,
fair.
Senator Slotkin.
That's fair.
Thomas Martin says, dumb take. Which one? There were like 3 takes in the past 5 minutes, bro.
Obviously, I'm here.
Yeah.
I was very upset over the Biden administration policy. And as you can tell, I'm very upset over the Trump administration policy. Yeah. So let's deal not in strawman, but me and
but
here
in
now.
terms of so the tools that I have, the tools that we have in general, to me,
She carries, listen, if you think that this performance from Slotkin was bad, I don't know what video you're watching. She's not like shrinking. I think Crystal Ball wanted to try to like bully her around, but she's not being bullied. She's sitting there and she's doing a couple things. She's being assertive in her responses, but she's also not like losing her composition. She's giving a little bit.
Thomas Martinson says, Connor took an L, but Doobie too because he's beyond sanity. Okay, what I said is that electoralism is not the only form of power that American senators wield. That's descriptively correct. So, sorry. Can a white boy have a little bit of emotion? Can a fucking white boy be correct about some shit? Can a fucking white boy, I thought this was America. I thought this was America.
Contempt, just a little bit, but it's very subtle. Like overall, she's very composed.
most important thing is a pressurized campaign to get.
Yes. She's almost acting like she's talking to children. Yes. Yes. There's like a subtle condescension. Yes.
Aid into people who are starving. That to me is the number one, because that's the one is urgent and today.
And by the way, I don't know how I have a fucking L take if her answer is literally like, I'm going to wield power in a pressure campaign in order to do humanitarian relief for Gazans. That's not electoral power. I literally talked about pressuring like Republican lawmakers in order to do something moral that might not be productive. She's literally talking about doing that. So literally, if Hutch says, no, you have to understand, they're already using all the electoral levers and they don't have the capacity to do things outside of that system. And then I say, yes, they can. And then the lady literally answers the question with, yes, I can. And here's an example of something that I'm doing that's outside of the electoral system. You take the L, Thomas. You take that L and you stick it right up your bum.
And that,
but will you cut off
She just keeps interrupting her. Like, just let her speak, for Christ's sake.
aid to Israel so long as they're committing crimes against humanity?
There is a difference between a weapon to protect a country from incoming missiles versus other type. Offensive and defensive weapons are different.
So would you support offensive weapons ban? Like, would you stop any offensive aid to Israel?
That's an okay question after the answer that was proffered. Will you support cutting off aid to Israel? And then she says, I think there's a difference between defensive technology and offensive technology. And then Sagar and Jetty saying, hey, well, are you okay with cutting off offensive technology? That's a fair question. It might be done in a rude way where you're talking to a U.S. senator, and therefore you should, chill the fuck out and let them answer the question. But it's a fair question.
Certainly, to me, would be a place to look, but I'm not going to cut off a blanket next sale on a defensive weapon that comes through. No.
I also reject that because, for example, if Senator...
They say it's all fungible, right? So if we're giving them aid for their Iron Dome system, then that frees up money that they can spend on other things. And so, like, that's the argument that they go with here.
Sotkin, if you were asked to support defensive weapons for Iran, defensive weapons for Russia, you wouldn't back that.
No, but Iran, but
they're defensive. They're just protecting civilians, right? So how is it different?
But because Israel's being shot at.
Well, so is Russia.
So is Iran.
Yeah.
So is Russia.
Ukraine's shooting at Russia right now.
Okay. I'm okay with the point being made, but I wish they had articulated it a little bit better. I don't find this anywhere near as stupid as Hutch is saying. So the real answer is there's obviously a categorical difference between an ally, a neutral party, and a rival and an enemy. Okay, that's 4 different categories. Ally, neutral, rival, enemy. Okay? And so the obvious answer is Russia, China, Iran are rivals or enemies, so we're not going to provide to them defense technology, which is very obvious. However, what I think Crystal and Sagar are pointing to is Israel's behavior is so egregious that we are currently treating them as an ally, but maybe we should treat them neutrally, at which point it's kind of up for debate whether or not we provide them any kind of military aid, or we should even treat them as a rival or an enemy. Now, I think that's silly based off of like where the political zeitgeist is at this moment and how entrenched Zionist and pro-Israeli government influence is at this point. But I at least understand the underlying point, and it's not as stupid as I presumed it to be. So, Doobie, if you're still here, I want to tell you the point they're making could be seen as dumb, flat on its face. But if what they're trying to imply is Israel is so bad, we should be either treating them neutrally or as a rival or an enemy, I understand the subtext. Okay?
The look on her face is like, there's a little bit of contempt here. It's like, why do I need to explain that Iran is not a strategic partner and Israel is? Like, why would we give, say what you will about, you can have an opinion on the fact that Israel is a strategic partner. That's fine. At this point, I agree with probably 90% of the issues that people have with that. And I do think that we should condition aid and we should be more assertive and we should assert more influence and insist on more influence if we're going to give this kind of aid. Fully behind that. But the question is so absurd, and like, look at her face here. Like, you can see in her face, she's like kind of stunned. She's like, do I need to explain that Iran is an adversary? Like, do I need to actually spell this out?
But they're defensive. They're just protecting civilians, right? So how is it different?
But because Israel's being shot at.
Well, so is Russia.
So is Iran. So is Russia.
Ukraine's shooting at Russia right now.
Just look at it. She's literally stunned. She's like, what am I listening to? I don't even know how to respond to this. The delusions that these people live in. They legitimately think Crystal Ball ended her career. They just project what they feel on the whole country. So when they watch the Crystal Ball interview with Slotkin, they interpreted it as Slotkin just getting fucking steamrolled. That, in my opinion, that is not reality. That's not what happened. And they think the rest of the country views this the same as they did. First of all, this has about 800,000 views. So, I mean, that's not nothing, but how many people in the country even know about this interview?
I'm sorry. This is the difference between allies, partners, and adversaries.
Why is it an ally then? What are they doing right now that which just makes it an ally?
I think.
And there's the real question. Doobie says, so if they had to worry about defensive missiles more, they'd rein in their behavior. I mean, that's actually the argument of like the fungibility of energy, right? So if you're dedicating energy to a certain area, then obviously you're open to expend energy in a different area. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I understand the fungibility of energy. I understand that argument. But what I would say is that there is not the political capital in D.C. You could say, oh, well, let's be real. 1/3 of the country doesn't vote at all. They don't give a fuck about Israel-Palestine. I'm just going to be real. 1/3 of the country votes right-wing. They probably disproportionately support Israel. Like, as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure they're probably, polling in the 60s or the 80s. But there's like a dissident right-wing group that's becoming louder and louder that's anti-Israel. And then there's a Democratic, you're saying like majority, I suppose, of like 65% that don't like Israel. But I also think that even within the 65% that poll, that they sympathize with the Palestinian cause more than they would the Israeli cause. If you ask them like, hey, can we provide Israel or aid Israel with rawly defensive technology that defends civilian life, their answer is probably going to be yes. They're probably not going to think about the fungibility argument. So I don't just think like pretending that every fucking Democrat who doesn't like Israel now is fucking Hasan Piker and wants to see it get wiped off the face of the planet. I think that's a silly position too. So Sagar, to his credit, I said that there was an underlying point that Crystal and Sagar truly think that Israel is so aggressive and so poorly behaved that we are currently treating them as an ally and a partner, but should we ? That's the real question. So the Iron Dome question, in my opinion, is kind of fucking like Iron Dome question to Iran and Russia is a stupid question. But I think it's a stupid question to point out the stupidity of just saying like, well, they're being shot at. Right? You have to get to the why are they our ally? So, Doobie for 10 says, quick reminder that the majority of Dems support the same sanctions on Israel that brought down apartheid South Africa. Where's your polling on that? I thought you just said that there was a poll that I saw that effectively said that 65% of Democrats sympathize more with the Palestinians than they do with the Israelis.
Allied relationships.
And now she has to like explain like at every step she starts to give these answers and then they cut her off and they ask her a stupid fucking question and then each question is like gradually dumber. And I imagine in her mind she's like, why do I need to explain like what makes a country a partner versus an adversary? Like why do I really need to explain what we get out of a relationship with Israel to somebody who covers politics for a living? I can imagine being in her spot and just feeling very impatient, being like, what the fuck?
It's just like Lithuania right now, like an allied relationship or a partner relationship is a long-standing relationship of...
Yeah, like...
I'll read this stat because I think it backs up Doobie's point. As of late 2025, a significant portion of Americans, particularly Democrats, favor restricting aid or imposing sanctions on Israel, with roughly 65% of Democrats in one poll supporting sanctions. General polling indicates a 52% to 60% of Americans oppose sending more military aid, reflecting a major shift towards limiting support. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it correlates. Okay, so it correlates. But once again, my trust of the average American to understand geopolitical affairs is very low. Just being mean about it.
Like, how many of you guys would want all of our, like, America has a lot of allies and a lot of strategic partners. We have a lot of relationships that have lasted for decades. And in that time, we've had some pretty great presidents and some pretty not great presidents. But the point of a long-standing partnership is like, if international partnerships dissolved every time the voters of one or the other or both countries made bad decisions, then you would not have any, that would be like a volatile relationship. We all
Correct. If we as a people voted 51-49 to support or to not support foreign nations, then we would, like, our international relationships would fucking flip-flop every other goddamn year. Sorry for the GD. Sorry for the blasphemy. But our military relationships would flip-flop every single year. So, seriously, like, that public sentiment is no way to design foreign policy. And I would never want a system in which we actually vote on our relationship with foreign powers. That would be such a silly pants way to run a society. Doobie for Ten says, watch CNN segment on Israeli polls, I beg you. It's way better than my side than you seem to think. Well, I mean, I literally just Googled it, and it seemed like you had some substantiation. So, Doobie, I think you might be a few minutes behind. So, I literally just Googled it a second ago, and it looked like, what was it? It was like 60 to 65% of Democrats favor limitations or sanctions on the state of Israel, particularly when it comes to military aid. And it looks like 50 to 60% of Americans in general don't want to send military aid in general. So, you know, I understand. I understand the point being made. I also understand what Hutch just said. You know, I understand. So hold on. Let me explain this real quick. Oftentimes what happens in a political debate is that there's a binary between two perspectives, and then people, because they're tribal fucking douchebags, have to pretend that everything that's being said by their opposition is stupid as shit, and everything that's said by their favorite person is genius. And so Hutch said something that I mostly agreed with, but also thought that the question wasn't as stupid as he was portraying it, in reference to senators have other levers of power besides specifically voting in the Congress, which I even think Hutch would probably agree with. He just appealed to electoralism because he was saying the Democrats were already doing everything within their power to leverage what they could. So I don't even think that, like, Hutch would necessarily disagree with my statement, but it's not what he said. So I wanted to clarify that there are levers of power that you can yank on besides electoralism, and therefore Crystal and Sagar's question was not as stupid as originally portrayed. And then same thing with the Israel and Russia thing. Clearly the answer is going to be Russia and Iran are rivals and enemies. They are not strategic partners and or allies, whereas Israel is an ally. But the undergirding question is, why is Israel an ally if they're such bad behavior, or if they're such bad actors in the region? Right? And so she's answering the fucking question. You know what I'm saying? And then I even conceded to Doobie. That polling backs him up a little bit, where a lot of motherfuckers don't want to support Israel right now. But then I'm supporting Hutch again. You know, nuance, baby. I'm supporting Hutch again because Hutch is saying we shouldn't base our foreign policy based off of public polling, which is correct. It turns out multiple people can be correct about a topic at the same time. I know it's mind fucking blowing over here, but holy shit. Doobie says, only all things that are said by me are genius. Many things said by Hutch and fewer things said by Crystal are head-assery. I just want you to understand how deep the hole for Zionists are. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate your criticisms coming in via Super Chat, Doobie, okay? I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to let the content flow for a second.
All know somebody, and maybe we've been that person at certain times, but we all know somebody who has we've all known someone that's had a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and they break up and they get back together, and they break up and they get back together, and they break up and they get back together. International relationships can't work that way. Like, they need to be durable. You can't get the most value and mitigate the most risk from having an international partnership by constantly breaking off and rekindling and breaking off and rekindling the partnership. They're supposed to endure, and you wouldn't want our partners to give up on America because we elected Donald Trump a second time. I understand there's a lot of countries in the world right now that are now thinking about things differently, and maybe they trust America a lot less, but we wouldn't want them to all cut off their relationship with us because Donald Trump is president. And it's the same kind of logic with a country with a country like Israel.
Information sharing and diplomacy. And that is, to me, it's not a like every day we decide Lithuania is our ally or not. We're allied or not. And sometimes we have big breaks with allies, right? Sometimes we have difficult moments with allies. Sometimes it goes the wrong way with allies. But an allied relationship is a long-term relationship.
It's hard for me to understand.
And then she cuts her off again. She just doesn't listen to the point, right? Like, she gave you a good answer. You may not like the realities of the situation, but your issue is with reality, not necessarily with Slotkin, because what she just said was just true. I mean, this is just like something that you have to think about. Cutting off an ally, alienating an ally like Israel, and like, what are the potential consequences of that, considering the fact that they know a lot of our really valuable secrets? What does that mean? Could that be something that significantly poses a significant risk to our domestic security? Like, you have to think about that. You can't just not think about that.
And why we should ally. Like, I'm sure you believe in, like, or claim to believe in liberal human rights. Why would...
I'm sure you believe or claim to believe. Like, that is such a fucking not so subtle jab that she just threw at her. Oh, you claim to care about human rights.
Yeah, I'd be like, bitch. Oh my God. It is like talking to a toddler. A very rude toddler. I'm sure you support human rights or claim to support human rights. I'd be like, bitch. That's pretty funny, though. I'll admit it's good content. It's funny.
We would ally with a nation that is committing a genocide and live streaming it.
Can I ask, literally, like this, I think about this from the mirror image way, because I do not support the things that Donald Trump is doing, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm an American. So do I want other countries to look at America and be like, we can't stand Donald?
Anyways, that's an whole interview. We don't necessarily need to watch the entire thing, but that's such a, like, I think like a Rorschach test. I think if you're the type of person and you watch that interview and you thought that Alyssa Slotkin, like, that they made her look silly, then we just think about things in a very different way.
Yeah, like you're like a fucking 80 IQ dipshit, no offense. Like, once again, I will summarize this. I do not think that Crystal Ball or Sagar and Jetty's questions were as stupid as Hutch was portraying them to be. They're pretty stupid, but they're not as stupid as they pretend to be, because I don't think that Sagar and Jetty and Crystal Ball are truly asking those questions, right? What they're saying is subtext. I know it's hard, especially when you have autism like me, but the subtext of, well, why are we helping them out with defensive munitions when it's fungible, and that opens them up to doing offensive shit that is bad for the planet? And she says, well, they're getting shot at. And they go, okay, well, Russia and Iran, the variable that you identified, are also getting shot at. So why don't we provide them with defensive munitions? And then she says, well, because they're allies. And then they go, okay, why are they allies? Because they're acting in these abhorrent ways. And you claim to be somebody who supports human rights, but Israelis are actively committing a genocide, which I don't agree with, but that's totally fine. But Israelis are at least abusing human rights. And therefore, why are we providing monetary and defensive aid to a country that's being accused of dragging us into a war and fucking with human rights, right? And then she goes, well, they're a long-standing ally, and I have criticisms of them, but the truth is that we can't waffle back and forth with our international relationships, because when we're allies or strategic partners for prolonged periods of time, even if we have criticisms of our allies, we need to make sure that we maintain a stable relationship so we don't fucking, overturn the entirety of the region. And then Crystal Ball and Sagar and Jetty go, well, we hate Israel, And we think that the instability caused by the nation state of Israel is worse than if we stopped helping them. Therefore, we want to pressure you to stop helping Israel because they're genocidal, monstrous freaks, according to the way that we understand the news. That's it. That was the whole conversation. It was veiled in dumb fuck questions, but that's truly what they were saying. And the only reason why I'm able to communicate with this to you is because I don't probably have autism. I don't think I have like a intellectual social development disorder where I have problems picking up on social cues. I think I'm an intelligent person. My problem is when people say words at me, I try to believe what they are saying because the way that I operate is I present the way that I perceive reality to the world, and then I expect people to bounce their ideas back off of me. Unfortunately, a lot of people are lying, grifting twats, and so they don't represent reality. They represent what they think will manipulate other people into either supporting them financially or adhering to the political tribe that they want to succeed in elections. It's sophistry. Okay, so sophistry, the sophists in ancient Greece were a class of people who said that you could get whatever you wanted as long as you used rhetoric in order to manipulate other people into giving you what you want. But I am not a sophist, okay? So sophistry is the use of clever, subtle, but ultimately fallacious reasoning to deceive or persuade, often prioritizing winning an argument over an establishment of the truth. So I think that this industry is filled with sophists. It is fucking up to the brim with sophists. And unfortunately, I do like Destiny. I do like Steven a lot. I think that at times when he gets pissed off and he's not paying attention to the arguments, I think Steven probably relies on factual truth above average compared to anybody in this industry. I truly do think that he oftentimes uses factual reasoning to back up his perspectives a large amount of the time. But if he's not paying attention, if he's angry, if he's losing an argument, I've seen him use sophistic tactics in order to, seize back the momentum in an argument. Jim Baker says, greeting Connors and Cog. Hope everyone is having a great day. I am. Jim Baker, thank you for being my favorite FBI employee. Quick show, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you got a memberships, you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for your viewership and thank you for the support. Let's continue with the content. I have to go let the dogs in and out. Be right back.
As my read when I watched that interview is a grown-up trying to show patience with two children. That's what I see when I watch that. Like, Alyssa Slotkin is like a serious, intelligent person. And she remained like there was only one moment in that conversation that I can recall where her composure drops for like a split second. There's like literally one moment where she kind of does like a sideways kind of like one of those things. And then the rest of the time she's just it's like a parent or like an adult just patiently trying to
Okay. Doobie says, name the sophists in the industry or you're a pussy. Don't take the easy pass by focusing on lefties. Okay, lefties are going to pop up first, so I'll do the lefties. I think Vosh routinely gains in sophistry. I think Hasan Piker absolutely engages in sophistry. I think Mike from PA absolutely engages in sophistry. I think Denham's engages in sophistry. On the right wing, I think that I'm trying to think if there's any liberal sophists. I think that sometimes Pisco is guilty of sophistry. And then with the right wing, Tucker Carlson, 100% is a sophist. I'm not kidding you. He is the most prime example of a fucking sophist that has ever existed. He is not concerned with factual truth. He is concerned with rhetorical argument that favors his political side. As a matter of fact, I would say Tucker Carlson is one of the most talented sophists who has convinced the largest amount of dipshits I have ever fucking seen on the planet. Interestingly enough, Andrew Wilson. I think Andrew Wilson uses sophist tactics. He believes that there's an underlying truth that he's fighting for, but I think him and Jay Dyer use sophist tactics. Doobie says, Bra Pisco is the only person you can think of. I mean, I literally just said a minute ago that I think Steven, in my opinion, disproportionately uses factual truth in debates, I would say even above average for this industry, but he's 100% guilty of using sophist tactics. Like I said, when he's not paying attention, like when he literally doesn't care about the debate, he's not paying attention. And then also, if he feels like he's lost conversational momentum, I've seen Steven use sophist tactics in order to seize conversational momentum. That, weirdly enough, the Konstantin Kisin debate, a lot of DGGers accused me of steel manning and arguing Konstantin Kisin's points better than Konstantin Kisin did. But I felt like if Destiny was interested in trying to understand Konstantin Kisin's points, he easily could have. He just actively chose not to because he knew that by effectively, I wouldn't say straw manning, but allowing Kisin to make like a poor representation of his argumentation, it was easier to contend with. And so he just like raped him rhetorically without trying to actually contend with what was being said. I actually haven't seen Hutch use a lot of sophist tactics. I actually think that Hutch, part of the reason why I like Hutch is I think Hutch is just like me in a certain way, where I think he just autistically says what he thinks is true, even if it's wrong or dumb. So I think Hutch is actually one of the least sophisty dudes that I know. I think he truly just articulates whatever the fuck is firing behind his eyeballs. So, also Lonerbox. Lonerbox, I think, is not a sophist at all. I think Lonerbox had ample opportunity. Whatever our last debate was, I forget what our last debate was, but Lonerbox had ample opportunity because his position was popular to strawman or misrepresent me and to also just forward argumentation that's difficult to contend with. But when I think it was like a 4-person debate. When I and my debate partner forwarded arguments that weren't completely retarded, he actually tried to struggle with the arguments that we were presenting him on their own grounds. And that's like, honestly, like Lonerbox has much love from me for that attitude, because I think discourse is oftentimes made worse by not trying to truly understand your opponents. I actually think that, at least in my opinion, I have not seen a debate where I thought Hutch was misrepresenting and strawmanning his opposition on purpose in order to try to win the argument. I've actually just seen Hutch share his earnestly felt dog shit opinions. And to my knowledge, I've never seen Lonerbox. To my knowledge, I've never seen Lonerbox take a easy rhetorical out. I think for the content that I've engaged with Lonerbox, I've consistently seen him engage with his opponent's strongest arguments. And I actually respect the fuck out of him for that. I'm tearing up a little bit. Reminding me of how like wholesome and decent of a rhetorician Lonerbox is. You've made me feel feelings again. I am feeling feelings of wholesome fraternity, respect, and admiration. So maybe I'm gay. Anonymous Chatter says, here to talk about universal basic jail to my non-wall husband. Everyone pay for the sins of your own tribe. Jesus treatment for all. I mean, honestly, like at this point, yeah, some people. I think we would be better if we started with incarceration and then you had to earn your freedom through demonstrating good behavior. That might actually be a better way to run society. Doobie says, Hutch is way more simplistic than you. If he's not in the sophist category, he's probably in the speaks before he thinks, then wastes time trying to justify it post hoc category. Yeah, but that's not dishonesty or sophistry. Post hoc reasoning is not the same as dishonesty or sophistry. Dishonesty or sophistry is through cunning, cleverness, manipulation, and deceit, pushing your opponent and or the audience in a direction that you want them to move them towards. So I don't think, even if you believe in that criticism where you're just like, oh, Hutch is a simpleton, you know, that doesn't mean he's dishonest, and that doesn't mean he's a sophist. And I'm not agreeing that he's a simpleton. I actually think he actually had, excuse me, repeat yourself more, you fucking loser. I think Hutch, despite sometimes having myopic takes that I get frustrated with, and also sometimes seeing him do post hoc reasoning in a debate, I do think that he's very earnest, right? I think he's a very earnest character, and I think he actually does contend with pretty complex information. And he has my respect for that. Anonymous Chatter says, Destiny says that he wanted Kissinger boys to flesh out his ideas instead of speaking in such broad generalizations. I think he had debates prepared. He wanted to push him on to provide details. Well, especially in a debate. I know I'm kind of going on a sophistry debate rhetoric thing. In a debate, it's not your job to do the opponent's work for them. You know, I would never say that you have to be as honorable or steelman-y as Lonerbox, or as I think myself sometimes. Sometimes I think I go out of my way to steelman the opposition. So it's not your job to steelman your opponent's arguments. As a matter of fact, arguably, especially in a debate setting, it's your job to shred the shitty arguments, rhetoric, and facts of your opponents and make them look like the stupidest human being possible. So, yeah. But I value Lonerbox attempts at steelmanning his opposition. I value Hutch earnestly sharing his opinions, regardless of whether or not it's post hoc or not. I value people who try to emphasize truth over rhetoric. So, yeah, I value these people. You could say I parasocially love them to some degree. So, yeah. Yeah, it would be far better for dialectic if people adopted a truth-first mentality, but that's not the world we live in. So there's a lot of money to be made by being a sophist. So anyways, I'm going to, the dogs want to come back in, so I'm going to click play and come back, and I hope that it's actually clips of Hutch and Pisco and Soypill talking about this.
Have a conversation with a belligerent child. That's what I saw when I saw that debate. Well, you know who's a woman Democrat who is not old is Alyssa Slotkin. And she made a little chatter this last week by saying she was considering a run for president. And that got some mixed reviews online. She said she's thinking about it. And I think she's serious. What do you guys think about that?
I like it. I think the more the merrier. The bigger news to me was Kamala saying it and people groaning. I say, what are you talking about? Like, the more the merrier. Let's, put all of our hitters in there, and may the best man or woman win. But do you think Alyssa Slotkin is a negative in any way?
Here's what I know about Alyssa Slotkin. Okay, she started.
Okay, this is interesting. Fellrunner says, I agree with you, Connor. That's why I'd like to see you give an actual good faith steelman on the Litani River land grab and not just call it annexation. Well, okay, so I'll give it to you real quick. Litani River, Lebanon, Google Maps. Hold on. So, this is not a moral analysis. I want you to hear me when I say this. This is not a moral analysis. Okay? So, south of the Litani River, where's the Litani River? This area is arguably southern Lebanon, soon to become northern Israel. The Litani River cuts across from east to west here. And the argument, because if you look at it topographically, is that it looks like these are mountains, that these are hills, and that effectively what Hezbollah and what anti-Israeli freedom fighters, if you want to call them that, are doing is they're mixing in with the indigenous population of southern Lebanon, and they're using these hills and mountains in order to launch rockets and missiles into Israel, which doesn't always kill Israeli civilians. As a matter of fact, I would say 99% of the time they don't kill Israeli civilians. But it is kind of wild to just have like insurgent forces to your north launching rockets haphazardly into your country, right? So what happens with the Litani River compared to southern Lebanon is, like Doobie says, it becomes a buffer province. So if the 600,000 Shiite Muslims are deported, annexed, ethnically cleansed from this territory, and that leaves what, like the Druze and the Christians, then the Druze and the Christians are infinitely less likely to rocket Israel proper, I think some people call it. The distance between the rocket attacks and their targets is a lot higher. Their chances of missing are a lot higher. And if they fire into this territory, oh, Tim Pool. Yeah, Tim Pool's an excellent sophist. Excellent example of a sophist. So basically, if the rockets are fired from what will be the new border of Lebanon, then the rockets are going to strike the territory that's predominantly populated by Druze and Christians and not Jews. Although I do expect Jews to eventually settle this territory, particularly, you know, once they get further out from hostilities. Likewise, you could make an argument for the Gazans that these motherfuckers should just become Egyptian, right? Yes, this is your territory. Yes, this is your home. Yes, this is your historical whatever. But we want a clear border with Egypt. You guys don't have a state. You don't have a country. You don't have a government. You don't have this. You don't have that. So as a result, we don't want you to be a part of this territory anymore. We want you to be Egyptian. That way, if you guys go live in Al Gama Pond or Buhares Zaranik or the Sinai University or Al Arish Beach or El Reza, if you take your fucking happy asses out of Gaza and you go build a new Gaza in Arish, you're no longer a problem. Right? You're no longer a fucking problem. And if you come near the border, we'll fucking shoot you. And same thing with the West Bank. It's ours. Fuck off. And, you know, we'll have the Jordan River and the, what is this? The Dead Sea. The Jordan River and the Dead Sea. And the Sea of Galilee. If you cross those territories, we'll fucking shoot you. Right? So, I know. Egypt isn't letting that happen. Yeah, absolutely. So once again, this is not a moral analysis. I think that the Muslims, the Shiite Muslims, the Jews from Israel, the Christians and the Druze should be able to come together and live in this territory in relative peace. So I'm not making a moral judgment saying that the annexation and ethnic cleansing or ethno-religious cleansing, to be clear, of these territories is moral or just. I'm just trying to explain it from a geostrategic position, from a people are attacking us from this demographic group. We're going to push them out further so they can't hurt our people as much. And if you don't like it, you can fuck off. And if you approach these easily identifiable borders, the Litani River, the Dead Sea, the Sea of Galilee, and the Jordan River, or if you cross this border that we decided in the Sinai, and you're not on your best behavior, we're going to fucking shoot you. You know? All right. Anyways, back to it.
Career after, so first of all, she went to graduate school, was recruited to work for the CIA out of graduate school, then worked for the State Department for, I think, like 6 or 7 or 8 years. Then started her political career by flipping a seat in Michigan that had been Republican since the 90s, successfully defending her seat even after.
Somebody asked a funny question. Approach the border or cross it? Kind of depends on how you approach, right? So if you cross the border and you didn't check in at a port of entry, they're probably going to fucking shoot you, right? And then if you approach the border with tires that you're setting on fire in order to obscure your movements, you're flinging rocks at soldiers, you're running cars into the fences, they're probably going to fucking shoot you, right? So it depends, right? It depends on how they approach the border. It depends on how they cross the border, right?
Redistricting gave her a tough race, and then went on to win a Senate seat. She's literally undefeated. She's undefeated in competitive races in a swing state. And so I think anyone like dismissing her ability, like for her potential to become president one day, I think are underestimating her. I'm not saying she's a lock. I'm not saying she's a favorite, or even, you know, like I would even put her in like the top like 5 as of right now, but I wouldn't dismiss her. She is very capable as a politician.
Hutch, what I was going to say about Slotkin is, I mean, regardless of what you think of her politics, watching her under fire on breaking points, like, I thought that was a very dismal performance from her. Like, and
bro,
yeah,
I think this is a Rorschach test. I think you should watch it again and just go into it with, be open to a different interpretation, because I actually rewatched that. I watched it at the time and I had the same reaction that I did the last time I watched it, which is a few days ago, just to like remember what that was about. I think in that moment, she is a adult who feels a bit of contempt and frustration that she has to like talk to children.
Oh,
that's
that's
my
the
take
thing.
on
That's why I
that.
said, regardless of your politics, I just think optically it still looked bad. Like, I don't think she handled that well if you agree with her. I don't think she handled it well if you disagree with her. Like, I think that is not
I
what
disagree.
if you're going to be under fire or running for president. I think it's really just not a good look if that's how you handle adversary. And if you like compare that to, like, I don't know, Bill Clinton on like Fox News, I just don't think she had good responses. And I agree. I really don't like Crystal Ball and Saga and on a lot of issues. So I'm not like saying this as like a Crystal Ball Breaking Points fan. So
I could not disagree more. Like I felt like she was remarkably composed. There was really only one moment where she let the guard down, literally for like a half second, where she gave Crystal kind of like a sideways glance, literally like a sideways glance. But they were pressing her and asking her questions, and she was answering their questions. And then basically every time she started to answer their questions, they would cut her off, not address what she had just said, and then deflect to some other question. And some of the questions that they were asking her, I'm sorry, were fucking ridiculous. Like,
they're about to get into it, so I kind of do want to focus on the content. But honestly, if you had to bet me dollars to donuts, like I'll bet Doobie. I'll bet Doobie right now. I'll bet by 2050. Okay, I'll bet by 2050. Give me a second. Let me pull this up.
Like this.
That these borders, what's going to happen, and Doobie and the international community and everybody is going to be bitching, crying, and screaming the entire way. But the United States is going to give Israel enough diplomatic and military cover in order to achieve this goal. I guarantee you this. So this is the bet that I will make to Doobie for $100. I will give him back $100 of his own cash. That what's going to happen is Gaza is either going to be incorporated into Israel and its citizens will be second-class citizens, but eventually they'll probably get freedom of movement where they'll be second-class Arab Muslim citizens of Israel. But this territory will become Israel. Same thing with the West Bank. Israel will continue to expand population-wise. I think they have a positive birth rate of like 2.6. They will continue to slowly annex and settle the West Bank until eventually all of Israel is under control as well. And then I almost guarantee you that the Litani River will be Israel's northern border. However, what I think about the Greater Israel Project is that there are probably some Israelis who think that in order to realize the prophecy of Abraham, they have to expand into Jordan. They have to expand into Lebanon. They have to expand into the Sinai. But I truly think it is so militarily and diplomatically suicidal to expand into these Arab Muslim territories, including Saudi Arabia, that will be the frozen borders of the state of Israel, arguably by the time I die. I plan on dying in like 2067. I think that's like 80 years. So, yeah. So I'm going to, that's my bet, is by 2050, those will be the borders. Gaza will be a part of Israel. West Bank will be a part of Israel. The Litani River in south will be a part of Israel. And basically, that's going to be the frozen borders So, Doobie says, I'll be dead by 2050. There's no way I'm living past 50 years. The moment I start graying, I'm out. Oh, okay. 2035? If we're both alive in 2035 and you remind me of this bet, I'm going to tell you, those are the new borders, and those are where the borders are going to be frozen. So, yeah, $100 in 2050 isn't going to get you a cheeseburger. That's part of the plan, man. All right, sorry. Let's get back to the content.
Gotcha question that Crystal asked, where she said, oh, you support, providing Iron Dome to Israel? Why wouldn't you also support giving it to Iran and Russia to help protect their civilians? As if there's not like 5 immediate non-starters for why we would never give Iran and Russia the Iron Dome.
But you're attacking
Is the question unfair? Wait, is the question unfair, or is you just disagree with
question is
with her answer?
Ridiculous. The
Wait,
question
in virtue of what is it ridiculous?
You tell me, Pisco. Can you think of any reason why we wouldn't give Iran and Russia the Iron Dome?
100%. But are you just saying that the question is unfair because it's obvious what the answer is, and so you shouldn't ask?
I didn't say. I said it's.
I thought you said it was
question.
unfair.
I said it's a silly question. It's a really, really, really profoundly silly
I think the way
question.
she answered the silly question was not nearly so optically good as she could have. Like it looked like she's on the back foot, where the answer should be a simple like, "Hey, we have allies and we have adversaries." And I'm just saying, I'm not so confident that she could perform well on a presidential.
So is that a layup question then, Hutch? If it's so obvious,
it's a layup if you're not a politician and you don't need to worry about being composed, because you would just look at Crystal with a silly face and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? But she had to like pause, compose herself, and then explain really basic concepts like adversaries versus allies.
Okay, I think Doobie is in his late 30s because according to me, not trying to dox him or anything, but I think he said that he started working on a small business when he was a very young man. Worked his ass off for the past 20 years and then sold his small business, which is why he's able to retire. I think he's in his late 30s. I don't think he's 58. Somebody is trying to make fun of Doobie, saying Doobie is graying and he's not even 40. Motherfucker, I'm not even 40 and I'm gray as fuck. And I am of the opinion that salt and pepper is appreciated by some of the lady folk. So, but like, no bullshit. And I'm not going to tell you my specific birth year, but yes. But the point is, like, I do think that some lady folk like salt and pepper. I think being like a 19-year-old good-looking guy is probably not as advantageous as being a 35-year-old moderately attractive guy who has a shitload of experience and a little bit of money. I'm not kidding. And I'm not trying to be mean about it. Like when I was 19 or 20 and there were chicks that I knew that were dating people that were 5 or 10 years older than them, I was like, what the fuck is your problem? You're gross. You got fucking daddy issues. But, now that I'm in my late 30s, I'm like, I kind of get it. Like, I've been through a lot. I understand a lot. I got more money. I'm less crazy and emotional and hormonal than I was in my early 20s. So I would understand how young women probably they associate horniness, craziness, hormones, ambition, cheating, all that bullshit. They probably associate that with younger people. So, it's not bad to be a 30-year-old dude. I'm not going to lie. It's not bad. There's definitely disadvantages. I have a lot more heartburn and nerve pain now than I did when I was 20, but there's definitely advantages as well. Dog scratching again. I'll be right back.
Like we would never in a million years.
I think Crystal's question is sort of questioning that Israel should be an ally of America as it's currently operating.
I get that point, but there's a better way to do that and they eventually did get to that question and they started to kind of dive into what that is. But they're asking questions like, what do we get out of a relationship with Israel? Which is like, I mean, they cover geopolitics for a living. They should understand, like, you can have a moral opposition to our, being allied with Israel. I'm fine with questioning.
Wait, so what's wrong with the question then? If it's easy to answer and it's like, well, Israel's our ally and they should be our ally. What's wrong? Why is that like a gotcha question? Why is the question wrong if there's just a very easy answer to it? Is it because Democrats shouldn't be questioned on Israel?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You can question her on Israel, but when you ask, why would you, if it's about protecting civilians, why not give it to Iran? Well, if this is a highly top secret classified weapon system and we give it to Iran, they could theoretically repurpose it and make it redundant. It's just that is just immediately that's where your mind should go. But and then the Iron Dome doesn't work for anyone. So why would we ever consider if you want to make the point that we should question our relationship with Israel, that's fine. But
I'm just saying why is it a gotcha?
I think Hutch is autisming out a little bit. I think he's being a little literal. You know, I cannot pick up on subtext at all. Okay, ask the wife. Ask any woman I've ever interacted with ever. Okay, every woman that I've ever been with in the entirety of my life, I basically have to tell them, say what you mean and mean what you say, because if you're implying shit to me, I don't understand it. And even with my level of fucking autism, I understood the fucking subtext. So I do think that the subtext was, well, why are we so friendly with Israel if they're such a bad actor? So if I'm picking up on that shit, I think Hutch has a little bit of autism. I'm not going to lie. And by the way, I love Hutch. He's my boy. Let's go shoot guns soon. But I think you're being a little autistic. Dude, I thought I was going to jump in and be like, Hutch is my boy. Pisco's a piece of shit. Soy Pill should kill himself. Like, I thought that's what I was going to say. And it turns out I do think Sauger and Jetty and I do think Crystal Ball are horrible sophists. I think they were clearly asking abrasive questions to see if they could get a rise out of a U.S. senator for clicks and views. I do think that their questions were wildly stupid, but they themselves are not stupid. They are implying something, and the conversation led immediately to the implication. So, sorry, Hutch. You're my boy. Let's go shoot guns, but I think you got autism, bro.
Question if it's like a very, very simple, easy answer and obvious. Like, what's wrong with the question?
I don't think it was simple or obvious to like Crystal. I think she legitimately thought that it was a slam dunk gotcha question that Slotkin couldn't like figure her way out of. But Slotkin like literally paused, composed herself and said, we have allies, we have adversaries, and we have strategic partners. And she had to like explain this dynamic, which is just really, this is like really basic level geopolitical stuff.
Well, if it's really basic, why is it a problem? Like if someone asks me a really basic question.
Because very clearly it was a snide, smug, condescending implication. Now Pisco's being fucking autistic. Everybody's being autistic as fuck. Holy shit, this industry is filled with autists. Very clearly, Hutch should have picked up that there was an implication of why are we allies with Israel. Very clearly, Pisco should pick up that Sauger and Jetty and Crystal Ball are being obtuse and passive-aggressive in order to fluster a senator. And it's rude. We all understand this. Or at least I do. I don't know if we all understand this. Jonah says, I'm 31 and I have noticeable grays, but I'm excited and I'll think it looks cool. It's more like white hair. I'll look like a Targaryen or Geralt from The Witcher. I'm not going to lie. I thought about dyeing my shit gray. Because so many people do not have like gray or white hair, and so few people are willing to lean into the fact that they're aging, that I wonder if like straight gray hair would actually look sick as fuck. There was a guy, total tangent, but there was a dude that I met at a bar, and he had a gray beard and gray hair, and he looked young. He looked like he was in his mid-20s, and we asked him, like, hey man, like, you know, that looks pretty fucking sick. Do you dye your shit? And he's like, no, actually I have some kind of like hormonal disorder where I don't print the right pigment in my hair. I've actually had gray hair since middle school. And I thought, dude, I was like, that, you know, you probably caught a lot of shit in middle school and high school, but truth be told, it looks pretty fucking sick. So, Old School for 5 says, Doobie's going to miss 2051 when America's harvest the third world en masse for their precious adrenochrome. I mean, I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be fucking fun as shit.
Question. Like, look at Pete Buttigieg, right? Pete Buttigieg gets a really basic fucking question about inflation, or is like with this guy on this, whatever. I don't even know what news I think it was. And he makes a really simple set of like parameters, make the other guy look like a fucking idiot. I'm just like asking, like, why is that a problem? If it's such a loaded question or a question that's like requires just a basic distillation of shit, why can't you use it to stun on Crystal?
Yeah, and Hutch, really quick, because I want to give an example of what Peace was talking about. Like, have you seen like Bernie Sanders on like Sacha Baron Cohen's like Who Is America?
It's been a while. It's been a while. That show is crazy.
Yeah, he's playing this like obese like Southern dipshit, and he's like, "Why don't we put the 99% and put them in the 1%?" And Bernie is like, "But that's not how math works." Like, you know, he doesn't pause. Like, optically, this looks not bad for Bernie. Like, he tries to make Bernie look stupid, and Bernie's like, "You're like essentially you're fucking stupid" without saying it. And Slotkin, I think, tried to do that, but like what I'm saying is, rhetorically and optically, I don't think her answer looked good, even if she had had the right idea. And that's
I think you're
all I'm trying
falling
to say.
victim to this. Sorry, you haven't spoken in a while, Dylan.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to say that personally, I want both teams to lose. So like, I think that number one, going on breaking points is kind of like a Guantanamo Bay torture tactic, like that you can use against anyone. And so seeing our political class have to deal with that program. I mean, watching them interview Kat was like watching like two monkeys trying to like build a car. It was an impossible. It was just complete fucking mess. I can't watch breaking points with This is Kat Abugazela out of Illinois, who ran for the 9th district, right? Yeah, out of Illinois. Just like the questions they asked, or when I hear like Crystal just make shit up about wars. Like it's like she's just like winging it. Like when we gave Ukraine all the jets, we never gave Ukraine jets. That's why they invaded Kurd. Just like random stuff. So I don't like them, but also I do want the political class to be put in front of bad shows and bad programs to deal with bad questions. If you're going to run for president of the United States, you're going to be in a room eventually where you're going to have some Fox News knuckle dragger come in and say, like, if you support women, why don't you want to deport the migrant rapists? Like you're gonna get that type of stuff. And so I do think
my
100%.
My argument is
Dylan, as usual, with one of the most like ice cold takes on the fucking planet, but absolutely analyzing and destroying the situation within 10 seconds. I don't think it's going to get better than that. And honestly, I'm excited to call my friend. So I want to go call my friend. They have something dramatic going on in their life. It could be really big and good. It could be really big and bad. I have no idea what's going to happen. So I want to call them and see what's what. So I'm going to wrap it there. But I parasocially love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. I don't care if we're at 50 or if we're at 150. Chat was fucking hysterical today. And I had an excellent time hanging out with you fine folk. Even though we took an incredible amount of psychic damage, I actually do appreciate y'all sincerely. I'm going to thank all the people who supported the channel real quick. And then I'm going to engage with chat for a second, and then I'm going to dip out. So, Old School with the 5, Doobie with the 10, Anonymous with the 10, Doobie, 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 Doobie. Thank you, Doobie, for being such a chipper. I know that we fight you and that like my chat gives you a bunch of shit or whatever, but thank you for being such a chipper that like it adds up to oil. I do appreciate it. Rifleman with the 2, Kingslayer with the 5, Grassroots with the 10, Anonymous with the 5, Grassroots with the 10, Airborne Kite with the 5, Vokes with the 5, Ruth with the 50. Thank you for oiling today, King. Not sure if you're still around, but I do appreciate you. Vokes with the membership, Vokes with the 5 gifted. Thank you, King. Fast and Bulbous with the 5, Grassroots with the 10, Airborne Kite with the 2, Ignis with the 2, Rifleman with the 2, Horse God with the 5, Rifleman with the 10, Grassroots with the 5, Deus Halcyon with the renewed membership, Grassroots with the 10, Deus Halcyon with the 5 gifted, and Fashion 40 with the 5. Thank you, kings and queens. I know, I don't know about y'all, but I'm like tapping out a little bit financially. I literally get paid on Monday. I'm going to be eating spaghetti for the next 3 or 4 days. The next paycheck is going to be pretty fucking fat, so I'm excited about it. But, you know, if you're in between paychecks, I totally understand, man. I'm right there with you. But like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. If you were able to chip in oil, thank you so much. We've had an excellent month. I seriously appreciate all of your guys' viewership support. I appreciate all your financial support. Additionally, if you don't have any money, but you're just watching, but you're enjoying the content and you like the stream and engage with chat, I appreciate you as well. Obviously, what drives the algorithm is viewership. What drives the algorithm is people actually engaging with the content. So even if you can't kick in financially, but you're still having a good time, welcome to the COG. And I truly hope that you have, a beautiful stay with the COG. So Dylan's take is good, correct? I've known Dylan since before he took the intern job for his first politician. I know. Dylan's going to be an old friend of mine by the time I die. Sin Patriarch says, have a good one, Connor, and good luck with your friend. Thank you. Good luck to your friend, says Conserve. Thank you. Love you, Dad. Have a good night. Thank you, Grant. I appreciate you. I don't dislike him. I just think he has too big of an ego, to be honest. We all do, bro. We're in Twitch and YouTube politics. I have way too big of a fucking ego. We all have way too big of a fucking ego. Fel says, goodbye, team. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. Fel says, I'll look into that, doobie. Well, QC John says, Coggers and Grill Hottest. Remember, getting older is natural, but getting old is earned. True. I'm almost ready to be grilled. Excellent. All right. Conserve says, I do my part by shitposting. I appreciate you, King. Thank you for shitposting on my behalf. Parasocial, love you guys. See you at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. I don't know if we're doing Valor Reacts on Friday. I'll get with Dan. I'll see if we're doing a Valor React segment. Worst case scenario, we just hang out and then it's the weekend. So we're going to have a beautiful 24 to 72 hours. I wish you guys the best. Fel says, now you can watch Loner Box and say you are so excited or whatever. Well, I'll watch him tomorrow. I'll watch him tomorrow, like literally on stream. Doobie says, yes, but my ego is justified. I mean, that's the way I feel about my ego as well. But anyways, love you, kings and queens. Parasocially, of course. Maybe for real for some of you. Maybe not so much for some of you other fine folk. But I do appreciate your viewership and your financial support. I hope you guys have a beautiful day.